Okay, councillors, we've ticked over on 5:30, so we'll commence proceedings. First thing I'd like to do is acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we meet on this afternoon, the Wiradjuri people, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. We have some people in the gallery, so just some housekeeping. If we were emergency and we're asked to leave the building, we're to the door to your right. Proceed to the front to the glass doors and proceed to the road and wait for further instruction. The next thing that I would mention is that this meeting has been live streamed, so that means that any remarks made by councillors or by members in the gallery will be audible and streamed live to the community, so we need to be aware of that. The next item I'd like to bring up at the moment now is the public forum, and we have two speakers in public forum. The first registered speaker is Alina Vetnal on the item relating to the Young Aquatic Centre. Alina, if you're right there, and you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a little warning tap around the 4-minute mark, so over to you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council with my concerns. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Alina Vetnal, and this year will be our 8th year as lessees of the Young Aquatic Centre. Whilst it was sad to lose the history of the old building, we are 100% behind the new facility. Firstly, I would like to address my issues as lessee. Whilst I could go on about the process and the many emails that have gone backwards and forwards for many months in relation to the current works, it won't achieve anything. The reality is that we are 5 weeks from opening and we still don't know where the entry will be. Will we have a site office? Will we have internet and a telephone? Where will we sell our stock? I have ordered stock to sell with nowhere to sell it. In the old building we had a swim shop, in this one we don't. When is the actual completion date of the building, and will we be in the building at the first week in November as promised by John Osland on the 14th of August? What access will we have to the bottom end of the pool for training and timekeeping? We are concerned about insurances and who is responsible for any injuries to patrons that may occur in relation to the construction works, fencing, etc. We are concerned about disabled entry to the pool and the toilets and showers. What we do know for sure is that we won't have a canteen to sell any food, which is a large part of our income and a source of local employment. Public comments on social media such as, and they're still hoping to open and be operational by October with temporary toilets and changing areas. Sorry, but I'll be driving my son to neighbouring towns before I take him to a current construction site with confirmed asbestos. Who will buy season passes this year? It will be a construction site. We have school bookings in November. Where will these children get changed? Will the schools cancel due to not the construction works? Who will be responsible for our loss of income? Is Hilltops Council holding up their part of our agreed contract? Would any of you be happy for your children or grandchildren to play at Young Aquatic Centre this season? I have to say that trying to communicate with council staff is challenging to say the least. For some reason, no one in the infrastructure department likes to reply to emails or return phone calls. And I must say with Mark here tonight, though, Mark has returned my calls when he has been asked to. After the frustration of no contact, sometimes weeks go by. You send another email only to receive an out-of-office reply that that person is now on leave. Then you are faced with, oh, it's not my area, so I can't help you. You need to talk to him when he's back. Or the person that you are directed to is also away on leave or a flexi day. In my business this wouldn't work. I would have no clients left. The only times we have been able to organise meetings with council staff is when we instigate and make them happen. Since the departure of Richard Watkins from Hilltops, we have not been contacted by council staff to be given an update. It's always been by us chasing them to find out what's happening, or by us reading the council minutes or agenda to see what's going on, even after being told that we will be kept in the loop and consulted. A family pass this year is costing $2.94, up from $2.80. The season passes went up to $2.86 last year, but we were not notified by council staff and therefore didn't increase the prices from the year before. So to our customers, the price increase is 5% on top of what they paid last year with an unfinished, lesser facility. We did offer to close before the end of the season so that council could start work early so that we wouldn't be in the situation that we are now. Unfortunately, the plans were not finalised, the contractor not appointed on time. We believe the major hold-ups were in the planning and tendering process. The contractor should have been ready to go in April. Then the time needed for the extra asbestos removal wouldn't be as big of an issue, apart from the cost, which is a matter for council. We are reasonable people and feel that we have been very patient during this whole process. We have tried dealing directly with the council staff responsible for this project, but feel that we are not being given straight answers to our questions or solutions to the items raised, and are quite frankly frustrated with the whole process and feel like we are just given lip service to keep us quiet for a bit longer.
Got a minute, Lena.
Why does it take months to get decisions made? This is our livelihood and income, and we were prepared for some disruption, but not to this extent. Also, I would like to address the major issue of the splash pad as per my email sent to all of you yesterday. I urge you all to please vote against a zero-depth splash pad as suggested and revert back to the original plan of splash pool teaching area. It was only after reading the agenda for this meeting that we found the plans had changed dramatically, which is odd as we only met with the Director of Infrastructure on the 14th of August and he said the plans for the splash area hadn't begun. I reiterated at this meeting that the splash pool plan shouldn't be compromised in trying to meet budget constraints and that this pool needed to be great as the town is expecting it. He told us that we would be consulted in the final plans, and in fact he mentioned the same to our swimming club committee last week. He obviously knew what was going on, but was hoping this would sneak through without anyone noticing. We were all involved in the initial talks with council regarding current works, including all the public forums. Our concerns from the beginning was the removal of the fountain pool and what would replace it. We were promised a great splash pool that transitioned by gradual depth to a paddling learn to swim area to replace what was being removed, one that town could be proud of. The fountain pool was a place where toddlers and under 10s could gain confidence in the water that gradually got deeper.
You can wrap it up, Melinda, if you...
Okay.
Yeah.
So overall, my main concerns is please don't put a zero-depth splash pad back to compromise for the asbestos removal that's gone over budget. The town shouldn't be, the citizens shouldn't be missing out on what we were promised.
Thank you, Elena. The second speaker in open forum is Nikki Burton-Taylor in regard to the determination of the transfer of Crown Road known as Alloway Road. Nick.
Sorry, before you start, what number was this?
Item 19289, the determination of transfer of the Crown Road known as Alloway Road.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me address council. So I'm speaking on behalf of my family. We're the residents of Alloway Road, 254 Alloway Road. We agree with the proposed transfer of Alloway Road to council subject to the following conditions. Firstly, that the negotiations to purchase the land on which our pool encroaches proceed without further delay or interference from Mr Peter Johnson. Secondly, that we can negotiate a lease on similar terms to our existing enclosure permit with council, again without further delay or interference from Mr Johnson. And thirdly, that the 10 km per hour speed limit or equivalent is maintained past our house to ensure the safety of children and livestock. Our property was built in the 1920s with part of the house and garden encroaching on the Crown Road. In 2017, we unknowingly installed part of our pool on Crown Road. However, the construction certificate and DA for the pool, which noted the positioning, were approved by council. This was an unfortunate mistake by council, which we've been trying to have resolved ever since. We were first made aware of the encroachment in mid-2018 after Mr Johnson reported us to Crown Lands. He did this despite the fact that access to his property is not impeded by the placement of our pool, house or garden. Since this time, we've been embroiled in ongoing discussions with Crown Roads and our council to find a resolution to this issue. All of these attempts have been thwarted by Mr Johnson. We are desperate to reach a resolution with council, but strongly disagree that Mr Johnson has a right to be involved in these negotiations. The enclosure permit was a condition of the purchase of our property. It is noted on the sale contract and on our land valuation certificate. This grazing land is vital to our grazing operations and we depend on this pasture to get us through dry times. Our grazing activities also reduce fire hazard along the road. If council agreed to take over Alloway Road, we want to maintain the rights granted by the enclosure permit in perpetuity, and we are willing to negotiate with council to achieve this. The address of Mr Johnson's property is and always has been Rye Park Road. We believe council has erred in approving Mr Johnson's request to change his address from Rye Park Road to Alloway Road. Rye Park Road is a primary sealed road which is easily accessible by emergency and postal services. On the other hand, Alloway Road is a secondary gravel road which until now has been the responsibility of Crown Lands and is only partially maintained by Council. The access to Mr Johnson's property via Alloway Road goes through a section of the road over which we have a permit to graze cattle. The key objectives of the New South Wales addressing policy are to minimise duplication of services, confusion and potential death or serious injury due to delays in emergency services locating addresses. By granting Mr Johnson a secondary access address on Alloway Road, Council is potentially sending emergency services over a gravel road on which cattle are allowed to graze, rather than via a safe and easy access on Rye Park Road. This issue has impacted our young family for the last 3 years. We were initially supportive of Mr Johnson accessing his property via Alloway Road on a temporary basis while he established his access via Rye Park Road, and that was a condition of his DA. Since then, we have been subjected to a barrage of abuse and harassment from Mr Johnson. Since he first reported the encroachment of our property to Crown Roads, he's made threats to us about the safety of our cattle grazing on the road. My young children and I have been subjected to verbal abuse and threats from drunken guests leaving a wedding on his property. And on numerous occasions, people coming and going from his property have intentionally left our gates open so that our cattle have escaped onto the road. We've reached a point where we are no longer enjoying where we live and are desperate to have these issues resolved in a timely manner. And hopefully, I hope by getting this motion passed that we will be in a position to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes speakers in open forum. For tonight, councillors, the next matter I would attend to is attendance. Do we have any apologies for tonight? I see all councillors are present. Any declarations of conflicts of interest? Any councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Rolls?
Yes, I have a non-pecuniary interest in 19289, determination on transfer of Crown Road known as Alloway Road.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I have a non-pecuniary interest in...
That's me.
In 19271, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tuckerman. Okay. Could we please be all upstanding for the expressions of sympathy, please? I'd like to take a moment's silence to express our sympathy on the passing of the following. Sharon Griffiths, Dulcie McDonald, Gwyneth Malone, Patricia Williams, Una Newham, Ruth Briggs, Bernard McGrath, Beryl Smith, Maureen Mouton, Mona Dwyer, Mary Dixon, Richard Boswick, Shirley Laundress, Sally Nolan, Kenneth Watt, Raymond Abbott, Thomas Ritchie, Beryl Murray, Alan Wads and Julie O'Loughlin. A moment's silence, please. Thank you all. Item number 6, councillors, is the confirmation of the minutes from our meeting held in July. Moved Councillor Horton. Seconded Councillor Manchester, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you, councillors. Takes us to item 7. We've had disclosures of interest. No mayoral minute. Mayoral report. There's the mayor's diary there. With any engagement there, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer if I can.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, just one question. The they're moving a lot of the villages, I notice in report, from their rural settings, they're probably poverty living, most of these people, into high rise. I'm just wondering if you've got any feedback as to how that's working out to help them have a better life.
I think you may be talking to the sister city relations.
I'm talking to the mayoral visit, yes.
Okay, that was next, righto. Yeah, look, in relation to the push in China to lift the lower income earning people to the middle section is dramatic, and they talk about it, and they're putting processes in place to help achieve that. One of the, I think that was mentioned in the report, was an area I attended where they've built a tourist resort, basically we'd call it, and made it an agricultural one, that people spend their time on the weekends going there, a bit like we'd go to the coast for a weekend and have a holiday unit there if we can afford it. And the people owned all that land, and they've now employed them to work that and work at that area, which is a large area. But by doing that, so then they relocated them to the housing further into the heavier populated area of that precinct, and it's working very well. They're very pleased. The people that have gave up their land to be accommodated elsewhere and now funded to work there, and they're also like shareholders in the whole thing, so it makes money. They get a dividend at the end of the year. So that's just in one section out of Lanzhou that they're trying to work to bring the lower end of their income people up to the middle range, and it seems to be working, and they seem to be pretty happy from what I witnessed.
Thank you.
So that's the mayoral report there. The mayorals, would anyone like to move that recommendation? Moved Councillor Horton, seconded Councillor O'Connor, thank you. Those in favour? Thank you. The next item was the report on the sister city to Lanzhou. Council put that together with some help from the staff member who was with me at the time, and got back with staff and we put it together. So I hope that gives a bit of an outline of how things went and what we thought about it. So it's there to receive and note the report, unless there's any other questions on it. Someone like to move? Thank Councillor Flannery. Seconded Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Item 19.246, leave of absence request from Councillor O'Connor. And that's pretty self-explanatory, Council. That's there. And the recommendations there. Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Seconder, Councillor Tuckerman. Thank you. Item 247 is again a leave of absence request from Councillor Armstrong. Moved Councillor Horton, seconded Councillor O'Connor. All those in favour? Thank you. Item 19.248, council reports and meetings attended. We've got a report there from Councillor Horton, Councillor O'Connor and Councillor Rolls to receive and note. Someone like to move that recommend? Councillor Flannery, seconded Councillor Rolls, thank you. All those in favour? We've gone to that report there. I'll go around the table now with councillor reports. So we've got to that point in the meeting. Councillor Horton, did you want to talk to any of your engagements, or are you happy for it being reported there?
I'd just like to read the meetings I went to, because I've had people say to me that they've been watching the session here, and some councillors do a lot of things and I don't do anything, because I just say my reports in the business paper, so I will read them for those that are watching that want to know what I do.
Here, for the audience, here we go. Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you. I attended the golf club meeting, a new start for the the golf club in Jugiong. They were going to have an AGM on the same meeting, but that didn't happen. The JAG committee, Jugiong Advancement Group Committee in Jugiong, LEP committee meeting in Young, a councillors workshop at business people meeting in Young, Progress Association meeting in Galong, Land Care Forum in Burra, Canasit's dancing competition fundraiser at the Mechanics Institute in Harden, Regional Transport Symposium in Young, and a Hilltops council meeting tonight.
Thank you very much, Councillor Horton. Councillor Armstrong, as we go around.
I attended the Economic Development Committee meeting in Harden on the 6th of August, the 13th, the LEP Working Committee meeting On the 14th, I attended the opening of the Myanmar Water Supply Scheme Stage 1 at Myanmar. And on the 20th of the 8th, the inaugural Asset Management Committee meeting, and tonight's meeting as well.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Rolls.
I'm happy for my list to stand there. People can read if they want to.
Thank you, Councillor Rolls. Councillor Stadmiller.
Meetings as minuted.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
Yes, I attended the annual general meeting of the MURRINGO Community Association and also the workshop on the 14th of August, council workshop. I find it surprising that at that workshop we were provided, as people who attended it, with plans and which had obviously been in place for some time for a splash pad at the swimming pool. So I find it surprising that Alina Wittmel was told that there was no plans in place yet. So someone's not being entirely truthful, or there's a misunderstanding, perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Manchester.
Minutes as minuted. Also attended the Myanmar Water opening, stage 1 opening, the Golden Fields, LEP meeting, and the Montalbaney rail line consultants meeting.
Councillor Tuckerman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the 13th of August, I attended the meeting with School Infrastructure re the Library project.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Mine are as it stands. I'd just like to mention how wonderful the adjudicating at the Catholic school adjudicating was. These little tiny Year 3 children, who I can say is shorter than me, got up and they were extraordinary. It was just absolutely delightful to see these little kids get up and speak. It was just a really great day.
Fantastic, good stuff. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, meetings is minuted, but can I also just recognise I think there was Community Volunteer Week during the month, and I'd just like to recognise those volunteers because I had an opportunity to travel on the community bus from Canberra to Young, and the service they provide and the extra volunteering they do for the community is quite astounding, but also other volunteers within the community.
Thank you, Councillor Walker, and I think we'd all concur with you that we'd really struggle without those community volunteers in all organisations. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I attended on the 7th the Murrumburrah Precinct meeting, on the 14th the council workshop, on the 15th the GALONG Progress Association, on the 20th the DPI meeting, lands mapping meeting, and also the inaugural asset management meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Flannery. Just in case, Councillor Horton, I hope the community don't have the same feeling about the Mayor, but I'm not going to read out that extensive list that the Mayor's been at. If anyone would like to have a look, the papers online are on it's there for everyone to see.
Mr Mayor, sorry, the other thing I meant to mention was the dancing with locals held at Harden, not last weekend, the weekend before. I think they raised $50,000 over the 2 nights. Extraordinary effort for Can Assist for all those involved.
Fantastic effort it was for everyone involved. So would someone like to move those reports be received? Moved, Councillor Manchester. Seconded, Councillor O'Connor. All those in favour? Thank you. Item 19.249, Councillors' Attendance, Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. Reports there, Council, and the recommendation is determine the delegate attendance at the conference and the allocation of votes to delegates at the conference.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll move the recommendation, and also like to nominate myself as an attendance at the local government conference.
Thank you, Councillor Manchester.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Walker. I would nominate that the Mayor be present, whoever the Mayor may be at that time. Thank you, Councillor Horton. So that makes that Councillor Manchester and the Mayor at the time would be our delegates to the Local Government New South Wales Conference. Does that sound?
Question, Mr Mayor. What if Councillor Manchester is the Mayor?
He probably has 4 votes. I'd suggest Councillor Wallace. I'm not too sure how that'll work. Yeah, but if that was the case, that we'd have to have an alternate, I'd imagine. Yeah, it could be decided at the time. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, with those recommendations, Councillor, are we going to move in a second? Are we happy with that? All those in favour?
Aye.
Again? That's it. Thank you. Item 19.250. Councillor attendance at Local Government New South Wales Life After Amalgamation Conference. The reports there, the recommendations there. I have indicated to the organisation that I would be attending if to that conference.
Mr. Mayor, I've also nominated to attend that.
So the recommendation says confirm the Mayor's attendance, determine a delegate to accompany the Mayor to this conference. And provide.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question?
Councillor Tuckerman.
Just wondering why the General Manager isn't sort of indicated to go. I would have thought it would have been good value for the General Manager as well.
I have no issue attending. Really, sorry.
Through the Mayor, I'd like to support Councillor Tuckerman's comments, because I think in this time of amalgamation it's really important that the General Manager meets with other General Managers who are experiencing the same trail and travail of an amalgamated council.
I have no issues with any of that. What I'm looking for now is a recommendation to put the vote. So the Mayor will be attending. We're asking for delegation for the General Manager to attend that conference, and Councillor Horton has shown interest to attend that conference. So that's the recommendation that I would put into Council for approval now. If I have a mover and a seconder for that. Moved, Councillor Manchester. Seconded, Councillor O'Connor. So have we got it on the board right there? Yes. Everyone's right? Understand what we're voting on? All those in favour?
Aye.
Again? So be it. We've got an item there now that tells me community recognition scheme. Has anyone got anyone they'd like to put forward this month for recognition? That we normally were doing when we did our councillor rounds, but it's changed there. If not, I'll move on. Item 12, General Manager's Report. 19251, registration of Hilltops Council trademark.
Move the report.
Moved, Councillor Armstrong.
Move the recommendation.
Seconded, Councillor Manchester.
Question, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Wallace.
if I could, in relation to this. At what stage, was there a council resolution to pursue this course of action in the first place, to seek this registration?
Through the Chair, Councillor Wallace, my understanding is the application was made early in administration when the new Hilltops was formed, and the application was made for the trademark, the whole of the trademark, so the word mark and the logo. Once that was designed, it was then registered with the intention to get a registered trademark. However, the legal advice coming back to us was that they'd accepted part of that registration but not the whole of that, and we had sought that advice to say whether it was worthwhile pursuing. The advice is that it's not.
Complete waste of money from the outset of this.
Yeah. So, councillors, the report's there and the recommendation is there.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to speak against it. I think the current logo is hideous. I suggest we're not a pack of mountains. We're actually the southwest slopes, and I think it should be on the agenda to actually get a new logo.
I can speak to that a little bit, Councillor Flannery. I also don't have any affection for the logo, and I made that clear very early on, and sought a report if I could see one or have some information relayed to me in regard to the cost of changing that. the Director of Corporate and Community at the time, came back with a costing that was pretty astronomical. So I thought, in the interest of being diligent with Council's money, that I wouldn't proceed my inquiries about having it changed at that stage. So that's where it was very early on in the Council, and I haven't been back near it since. So the reason that I never went any further with it was a cost matter. And I'd suggest that cost would only have grown by now than what it would to change it. So I'm just not too sure where we could go with it.
Thank you. I'll be voting against it and proposing an alternative motion.
Well, I've had a mover and a seconder to read and note the report and not proceed with any further registration of the trademark, as in word mark. Is that correct? That's my understanding.
That's exactly right.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just clarification. My understanding is that the trademark, the logo that you don't like, is indeed registered, and that this report relates to the words Hilltops Council rather than the bit you don't like. So I would think that there is no opportunity to change the logo with this recommendation. That would you'd need to foreshadow a new motion.
So we're dealing with the fact that it is registered, and it's the word mark that we're talking about. The words, as Councillor Armstrong said, Hilltops Council. So, and we've been advised it wouldn't be any benefit to anyone to proceed with that matter any further. So, again, I've had a mover and a seconder for that recommendation, so I'll put it to Council. All those in favour? Again? No. Carried. Thank you, councillors. 19252. Council Committee Structure Overview. There's a report there.
Move for discussion.
And
Mr. Mayor, if I could just
move to discussion. Go into committee. Councillor, is that what you're asking me?
I'll move the recommendation for discussion.
I think I missed the first part. So the recommendation's been moved. Do I have a seconder first?
Yep.
Second to Councillor Wallace. Thank you. Questions, Councillor Armstrong?
Just my question relates to the timing. The recommendation C is to have a workshop in September 2019, but not to finalise this until the 30th of June 2020. I'm just 9 months seems an inordinately long period of time. However, I do note that this has been going on since 2016 almost. I'm just wondering if the General Manager can provide us... I'm just wondering if the General Manager can provide us with some details as to why that particular timeline is required.
Look, through the chair, for I think Councillor Armstrong, you've picked it up well, is that it has taken us a long time to even get here, and clearly there's an imperative to have sorted out our committee structure by the next council term. And certainly that's really the rationale of that, is we have some 50-odd committees, so I don't think that will be a simple and quick process, and we need to have some deliberation. Whilst the recommendation certainly suggesting a workshop during September, as you'd be aware, we've got a number of other matters, and Council may wish to defer that workshop, and it's really saying, look, you do need to have sorted this out before the next term. If you wish to bring that forward, I'm certainly happy to take that on board. However, there is a lot of work to do with these committees to unravel their function and purpose going forward, so that we can have complete clarity about that governance structure for you.
Just a question to the General Manager, Mr. Mayor. Given that you stated that there will be a new council September next year, I guess you're expecting this structure to be retained by that new council. Is that the case?
Look, through the chair, I'd say that it's a very burdensome structure in its current in its current configuration. it is not adequately resourced, and obviously there are some concerns of council in relation to our engagement and our effectiveness with these committees. And I would be certainly suggesting it needs to be reviewed, and they should be, and council should have a very clear position on what it needs going forward for the new term. Council may indeed choose to say, look, let's make that decision earlier than the new term. However, there is an imperative to really make a decision about how many committees this council can actually support, because I would say that the current committee configuration is unsustainable and should be reviewed soon, but no later than.
Question?
Councillor Armstrong.
Then this review is for this council. This review is not for the next council. I go back to my original question that perhaps 9 months is an excessive period of time for us to roll up our sleeves and get this done. But this should be done sooner rather than later, I guess.
Through the Chair, I've just been generous in the time I've allocated. I'm certainly happy for council to give us a shorter time frame if you think that's pertinent.
Thank you.
Any Councillor Tuckerman.
Mr Mayor, and I have mentioned this to the General Manager, but I really don't know how we've got to where we are in regards to this. There's committees in there that are Section 355s, there's been paperwork filled out, there's been endorsement by this council on constitutions. It's just incredible. And we're going to have to get it sorted one way or the other, because it's the community that we're dealing with. And I would suggest that we need to sit down and have a very good workshop on this whole thing very soon.
Through the Chair, I can confirm we advertised nominations for 20 Section 355 committees in December of 2017. So indeed we made that commitment to the community that they were coming on board to be a part of a Section 355 committee. We have produced that information in our annual report. However, the resolution that was presented to Council was poor and clearly did not endorse them all as the relevant 20 as Section 355. In February of 2018, you endorsed 4 committees as Section 355, and the balance of them as committees of Council indeed that you would support, but not as Section 355. So it's indeed something we really need to sort out very quickly to ensure that they've got the protections they need.
I agree, but I actually think you're misinterpreting the actual resolution. As I said to you before, there's a certain number that the Council had discussed on that meeting date in regards to keeping those Section 355s, but it also goes down further to say that the already existing committees in place will continue as per they have been endorsed to do so. So that's what I'm saying, is I just think there's a misinterpretation around, and there should be paperwork that actually tells you what Section 355s are in place, who's on the committee, because we as a council have endorsed those. Yeah. And I don't know, surely there's a file or something with all those in them.
Yeah, through the Chair, there is a file with all the paperwork. However, the resolution you made was quite clear. It
actually isn't clear, that's what I'm saying.
Sadly, the resolution wasn't a good resolution. And I do believe the intent of the Council was to have 20 Section 355 committees. However, the resolution that was actually resolved didn't say that, and sadly, the attachments referred to in the report also didn't highlight them as Section 355s. We did actually have a look at the footage to see if what the debate was, because we believed that there would have been a debate. The issue is with the record keeping in relation to having access to the call for nominations. We have since found that, since you've given us an indication of no, we went out specifically, and we found that information. So we do need to resolve it. We need to have a decent resolution behind it, because I do believe the intent of the Council was to have those 20 Section 355s. It's just that the resolution sitting behind it isn't good enough for that currently.
So through you, Mr Mayor, what you're telling me is that having a workshop could be a lot easier than we originally thought, because
Absolutely.
we have that information.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Tuckerman.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to point out that under the community committees, number 8, Healthy Harden, that committee no longer exists.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. Councillor
Question?
Armstrong.
Just through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, given that there are only 4 Section 355 committees of Council, yet there are 56 committees, the other 52 committees that are not 355s, they are effectively volunteers. Is that the case? I mean, otherwise, by what virtue of what section of the Act would they be operating?
Look, through the Chair, they're broadly speaking advisory committees, and the concern is that we've gone out with intent to make them Section 355. Some of those smaller committees are handling funds, should have the appropriate delegations, and that needs to be cleaned up. But a very simple solution is to re-endorse those 20 as Section 355s, because some of that back-end paperwork is there, and then make sure that we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's in relation to receiving minutes, financials, etc. in relation to that. So currently, if challenged, with the resolution the way it stands, it's not clear enough to actually support that. So we do need to amend that I would say quickly. But again, our issue is that we have an unsustainable amount of committees. They range from Section 355s or intended Section 355s, regional advisory committees, committees set up by legislation or to support a legislative or statutory function. So we've got a huge array of committees that we need to really resolve about what works.
Do we need to report the... so we've got non-Section 355 committees. We've got committees that have... These committees that are not endorsed by Council, that have access to Council's funds. Surely that's a breach of the Local Government Act. Do we need to report that to the OLG?
Through the Chair, we're just wading through all of the financials for those relevant committees to make sure that if we have a reporting function, that we can do that in its entirety.
Thank you for that, General Manager. Okay, the discussions around the table has been had in regard to that report, councillors. The recommendation's there, and I've had a mover and a seconder. I'm going to put that recommendation. All those in favour? Again? Councillor Stadmiller against? Noted. Thank you. Next item 19253, Section 355, Committees Audit. The report's there, the recommendation's there, and the General Manager's report.
Move the motion.
Moved by Councillor Horton.
Seconded.
Seconded Councillor Walker.
Question,
Councillor Armstrong.
just through you, Mr General Manager, you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. I note that there are breaches contained within the reports. Are other breaches, any other breaches required to be noted here? Are they the only breaches? Given the answer that you've just supplied to me a minute ago in regard to non-Section 355 committees.
Okay. Look, through the Chair, the audit contains the Section 355 as resolved. So the two committees that have the breaches are around fees, the setting of higher fees, and they are the breaches that we've seen. We've actually looked through all the minutes in relation to those committees, and our understanding, or my understanding, is that they are the only breaches that we have in relation to these four. But indeed, there is still more work to do with the other committees.
Thank you for that.
Question also, Mr Mayor, D of this motion, what does that mean, and isn't the report in the public documents we've been given in any event?
Through the Chair, you're quite right.
It's a nonsense, D. I move that it's deleted.
Have an amendment by Councillor Wallace that item D. So I'll second that.
One other point, Mr Mayor, I don't know how thorough this audit's been, but the South West Regional Library Committee doesn't appear in any form.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wallace. Okay, councillors, I've had a mover and a seconder for dot point A, B and C. I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again. Yeah, thank you. Item 19254, Section 355, Committees Policy and Procedure Manual. Reports there, councillors, the policies there and the recommendations there.
Mr Mayor, has this policy been to the Policy Review Committee, or has it council had 3 weeks as per your last mayoral suggestion?
Through the chair, it's not the setting of policy, it's actually just a procedure manual to support the Section 355 committees. What has been really clear throughout this process of looking at all of these committees is that there are many different formats in which the committees provide information to us. They do not necessarily have any comprehensive toolkit in order to function as Section 355s, and the aim of this is actually to break it down to explain what the committee does, what a Section 355 committee is, and to set up a range of templates and procedures for them around how they take minutes, how they advertise AGMs, and a checklist essentially for what they need to provide for council. So it is not a policy per se, it's actually a toolkit.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor O'Connor.
Through you to the General Manager. When the review of the policy and constitution policy are happening, will members of the 355 committees be invited to go on there? Because there's some, I know there are some committees, whether they're 355 or not, they'd like to actually have some say in the, you know, the constitution, the procedural manual, that sort of stuff.
Certainly, through the chair, one of the issues with the current policy and the constitution as it stands, it's not very user-friendly to a community member. It's quite, I guess there's a lot of jargon, it's quite bureaucratic. We do believe that there's a simpler process of setting out a 1 or 2 page charter that explains it quite simply in community terms and still meets the intent of any policy to support a policy position. But yes, I would be suggesting that the policy should be certainly set by council, but informed by the policy set by council about why they would have Section 355 committees and the purpose, and the range of purposes. For example, advisory or asset-based Section 355s. But clearly, we are working with over 500 volunteers in committees. That's a fantastic asset, but we need to make it easy and we need to do some heavy lifting in what we provide to these committees so we can support them more.
Councillor Flannery.
Through you, Mr Mayor. How is it, my recollection is that in the early days of council, the 355 committees were asked to attend a meeting to go through their obligations, I think being principally the village associations, the key village associations. Given we've received these minutes, or lack thereof, for 2 and a bit years now, how is it that it's taken this long to work out so much is missing?
Through the chair, I think it's been a slow unravel to the point that it's really been very obvious to me from a general manager's perspective is that we need to work more holistically on all of the committees, and so it's really, we have, as a general manager, I've worked hard on getting the financials of the organisation back on track. The next step is the committees, why they are governance levers of council, and then following that is making sure our policy positions are adequately covered and that we've reviewed the policies that we needed to review at the beginning of this new council by the end of its term. So this is it may be a slow process, but it is a governance review process that's systematic and is also based on risk management. The finance was the most critical part of that, and then moving through a review of our governance structures.
Thank you. So you'd agree that whoever senior staff or director is in charge of this will be on top of their brief?
Absolutely, it's critical for council. These are important committees for you. They are your governance leaders. They are the people you choose to work with and partner with in order to do the work that you do. So it's a really critical part of that. And it should be backed with good corporate policy that actually supports the activities of council.
Just a
Councillor Manchester?
Yeah, just a comment, Miss. We need to be very careful because these village, the main 355 committees are the village committees, and you know they do an enormous amount for council, and we've got to be careful that we do not scare some of the volunteers off. I'm not saying that we certainly need to improve the governance side of it, but we've got to be very careful how we handle it, and we liaise with them because you will scare some of them if we do.
Looking through the chair, the intention was to find a user-friendly way to start with a reinduction process, but also to make it easy for these committees to work with us so that they didn't have the onerous burden of worrying about what they had to provide to us, that it was easy, there were checklists, the templates were provided, that they basically just had to fire up their meetings, put their information in and send it back to us, and that the rest of it is our business and that we work with them in order to do that. And I agree, you've got over 500 people working with you, you want to make that a good experience.
Councillors?
Sorry, last thing.
Councillor O'Connor.
For the village meetings, Councillor Horton and I go to a couple together, and one of the things that we found is we really need to have a staff member going to those meetings, because they'll often ask us to chase something back, but there's actually nothing we can do about it, really. We'll fire off an email, but really if a staff member was there at those meetings, it would mean that they could answer the questions pretty much straight away, or would know exactly where to get the information for them.
Thank you for that, and that's something that no doubt will be addressed and looked at when the review of all this is taking place. At the moment, councillors, I've got a report there and a recommendation, and I haven't got a mover and a seconder yet.
I'd like to foreshadow an amendment.
Councillor Armstrong has like to foreshadow a amendment.
Because there's no mover and a seconder, it's just Councillor Armstrong.
I call for a mover and a seconder.
I'll move it to get it rolling.
Councillor Horton's moved. Seconded Councillor Flannery. Speak for or against the recommendation, or
I'll speak against it. I believe that the correct title for this document is Section 355 Committee's Procedure Manual. It is not a policy, and council should not be adopting it as a policy because it is a procedure manual. And I believe that the recommendation is itself flawed, and we'd be endorsing it. What we should do is we should receive and note, because it's an operational issue rather than a council issue.
on that point, were you foreshadowing
those changes?
An amendment?
So, Greg, do we leave B?
The mover's happy to accept those changes. The seconder?
No,
sorry, you were the
through
seconder.
Mr Mayor, Councillor O'Connor, it's my understanding, Councillor O'Connor, that the Section 355 policy and Constitution policy are indeed separate documents and are not contained within this one.
Thank you for that. The mover and seconder have confirmed with me they're happy to accept that amendment. So once that's on the board, Councillor Armstrong, could you tell me when you're happy with the wording on the board behind me? I have no...
Perhaps we should raise the IT budget to buy a laptop for the mayor to have, so that he can see. I mean, it's ridiculous the mayor doesn't see the motion. You know, we should have a laptop for the mayor.
I'll second that for you.
Through the screen,
That's why I try to make sure when we're at these that I make sure the councillors are aware what's on there before we do take the vote, because there are times when I'm not certain myself because I haven't viewed it, and I don't like turning around completely in the chair.
Have you captured that correctly?
Oh, no, it was the same as a Walker.
How are we going? It's all right. It's there on the board so everyone knows what I'm putting to council. So there it is. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again? It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Item 255.
Hang on before we go on. Is that amendment? We move the amendment because that can become a motion. Yeah.
Yes.
Item 254. I took it on the understanding you accepted the amendment, that was the actual motion. You accepted that, so...
We're just going to remove the word amendment.
Thank you.
And it's Councillor Armstrong.
No, that's nothing to do with it. All right, councillors, we'll be back on track. Item 19255, Draft Customer Service Policy, Strategy and Charter. Economic Development Manager's responsible officer for the report, and the recommendation is there. It's been moved by Councillor Horton, seconded by Councillor Rolls. Thank you. Any questions or in regard to it?
I'll speak against the motion, Mr Mayor. This goes to timing again. I saw this policy back in May. It was as part of the now disbanded Policy Review Committee. And at that time, on the 21st of May, I responded to the person who sent me the policy and said that it needed significant changes. Yes. And particularly in relation to correspondence and reporting, none of those seem to be adopted as far as I can see, and it's taken 3 months to put the same document to us. Why didn't it come to the June or July meeting? I think the document's deficient. I think we've wasted an incredible amount of money paying this consultant. We could simply have adopted the former Young Shire Council's customer service policy and strategy and charter and changed the words so it represented Hilltops, and we would have been much better off for a much cheaper price. I still think the policy is deficient. We were informed by the General Manager some months ago that this would be workshopped. It hasn't been. It's just come to Council 3 months later without any further amendment. I would speak against it quite strongly.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Would anyone like to speak for the recommendation? No. Would anyone else like to speak against the recommendation?
Mr Mayor, I also think it's very disappointing. Although it's not part of the actual policy, I note that dot point 1 under purpose statement, this strategy has been developed to dot point 1 provide a framework to tell our story. I think the problem is customers aren't hearing their story told. It's not about us telling customers, it's about us listening to them. So, I mean, I was just flabbergasted when I read that. Something's grossly amiss. And then there's 4 dot points as to what is actually going to be done. I mean, the summary of this whole process is 4 dot points. It's not clear. It doesn't do with any electronic correspondence. We've got 4 dot points. Nothing to do with emails, texts, all the modern forms of media communication that we receive now. I just think it's beyond comprehension.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Any comment?
Look, just through the chair, I think you're missing probably the thrust of the strategy is that for an organisation that receives 10,000 emails a month, some equivalent in mail, as well as phone calls, the issue that we have is just the sheer volume of multiple mode communication. In our analysis of the incoming response required by council, what was really obvious to us is that the information that we're getting back through our data was that people were communicating the majority of the communication came directly to employees sitting in the corporate and community area or the operations area of council, and only 25% of the contact was actually coming through customer service. And we actually resourced our customer service area to respond to actually that range of inquiry. So the rationale for the strategy is to actually reinvest back into our customer service function of council and actually make that customer service function a front line, if you will, to handle 85% of all inquiries for council. Why? Is because we have multiple modes of communication coming into people that are known within the organisation, but a very checkered response from those people going out of the organisation. The important thing that we found in our data was that by having a one-stop shop essentially approach to customer inquiry for council, we could then guarantee that at least 85% of all 85% of all responses from council could be logged and trackable, and that we could actually report that back to you and monitor that, and indeed be able to produce that back to our community. Because overwhelmingly, the themes that were coming out of the consultation was a lack of responsiveness, very specifically some departments, but ironically, when we looked at the data, the amount of inquiry going into those departments, say for argument's sake planning, was actually quite low. And the majority of the communication coming into council was sitting in the corporate and community area, and also to the operations area. So we need to actually resolve that. And breaking down the analysis of that data further about the types of things that people were asking about were around maintenance requests, were about responses to water issues, cats and dogs, and a whole range of things. But the important thing is we needed to be able to respond, and we needed to have a strategic approach to respond. So the strategy is actually saying we need to have a front line that resolves the majority of the inquiries and the issues for council. The rest of the workforce needs to work on a specialised response that actually deals with more complex problems. So in essence, that your front line is actually taking not only your transactional stuff, but is actually building capability to resolve the basics of the organisation. Take a complaint and actually resolve that complaint. Take a tree application, process it, get it done, and actually resolve that for the customer at the coalface or by phone. So that's the crux of the strategy. That's why you don't see a standard around emails and things like that. The whole point is actually focusing that effort coming into that first contact with council and making sure that we can resolve the majority of the issues then and there. Not flicking them as a reception back into the organisation to get lost. It's actually resolving the issues then and there.
But with respect, you can still set timelines and guidelines as to the timeframes for these things should be done, and there's none here.
Yep. Look, absolutely. We need to be able to measure that first before we can actually set a standard that we can deliver on.
Set the standard, then measure it.
Has it started?
Through the Chair, we have started our training and development for our staff. We have started the analysis of our service functions in relation to the way we will deliver customer service. We've been looking at our staffing configurations, our times of operation, all of those kind of things. We've started the measurement of our phone system, where phone calls go to inside the organisation. That information can be mapped down to the individual, the amount of phone calls, the duration of those phone calls, the internal transfer of those conversation, and that, I believe, is over time, that is the information that council wants in a strategic sense, is not the individual data but an understanding of whether we're actually achieving our response.
But when we've got first-hand evidence this evening, people in public forum stating they just don't get any response. Well, we're going to measure no response and then say, oh, we'll just pick a figure after that. We've got to set the timetable and then measure it.
Yep. Look, through the chair, what we can do is we can guarantee that every phone call and every piece of mail and every email can be responded to by centralising our function and actually committing to the quality of that response. And that's the essence of the strategy. Yes, we need to keep measuring. Yes, we need to be able to provide that data back to council. But we were failing on first contact, and you're hearing that tonight. We're still failing on first contact. That person should have been able to connect with somebody and have some degree of resolution in that. Now, they may not have had specialised knowledge about that project, but they should have indeed got a degree of resolution and a commitment to when that person was going to be bringing them back.
Councillor Tuckman.
Yes, totally agree with what has been said, but I think we need to now tell you what we expect as an organisation and how you're going to deliver that to us. Yes. And I think we need to have that conversation in a workshop so everyone is on the same page. And can I say, from my experience, the first response that we're now getting has improved greatly. We're no longer being sent to phone calls where we'd get an answering machine message. We're actually speaking to real people and things are getting solved, which is fantastic. So we're slowly getting there, but I think we need now to set the standard that we want as a council to introduce, and we need to know what the cost of that will be.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tuckman, and it's half of what I was going to say. In regard to that, Councillor Walker, did you want to say comment?
Yeah,
before I get these?
I take those comments on board, but the way I see it, this policy doesn't address those issues.
No, and I agree with what you said, and Councillor Wallace. Having said that, I've had two speakers against it. I called for speakers for it, and no one took the opportunity to do that. We've had a fair discussion around this, and I've been a bit lenient with that, so we're to move in a second, so I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? That recommendation's been lost. I would suggest to staff that they need to come back to council, and whether it be through the means of a workshop where councillors can sit down and explain our expectations and how we'd like to see it done, and how, from my point of view, how it's reported back to council is a matter that hasn't been addressed as yet. So.
Expeditiously too, Mr Mayor.
Probably as quick as possible. Councillor Wallace, I would agree. Thank you. Item 256, Hilltops Workforce Strategy. Responsible officer for that report is the General Manager, and the recommendation is receive and note. They'll have a mover and a seconder. Moved, Councillor Manchester, seconded, Councillor Armstrong.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Flannery.
I'm not sure that this really addresses the issues that were being sought by council, or the questions that were being sought. I think, certainly from my part, I was looking for a report that provided encouragement or showed the engagement that council is having to increase the level of certification and professionalism in our staff. Now, it gives a great background on the demographics of our staff, provides all manner of numbers, doesn't tell us anything about what we regard as key performance indicators or benchmarks for improving the certification levels of staff. On that, just a few questions. Do we employ a civil engineer, an engineer with a bachelor degree in accounting? These are all certificates here. There's no I'm assuming that being Dr. Woodrender Marks, you don't list yourself as having a bachelor's degree. I mean,
So, through the chair, look, we've given you more information than probably you asked for, just because it's been some time since you had a profile of the workforce in relation to Hilltops Council, and indeed the workforce is actually driven through a strategy that you endorsed in 2018 called your Workforce Strategy. So we work through that framework in relation to what we deliver. Look, the report does tell you that there are 66 staff in relation to outdoor staff with current qualifications, but it is also itemising the number of apprenticeships, traineeships, cadetships, university placements and TAFE placements that we've currently got for all staff. So there is a number of staff that are actually undertaking university training. Yes, there is an overwhelming number of staff at Cert 4 and vocational education, but indeed that's probably the profile of our workforce. But we do have a number of university cadets in relation to, certainly in our environmental health area, and graduate engineers. And the interpretation of the request to Council was really, what are we doing about attracting more skilled workforce to our region? This is what we're currently doing, and clearly, if this isn't, if Council wants a more targeted approach in relation to that, then you can indeed set targets for that. Indeed, there's a lot of things that we can still do in that space to improve that, but we are currently working in that space. Whether Council thinks that is enough, I'm certainly happy to take direction in relation to that.
Thank you.
The report, or the request for the report, arose, my recollection is, out of the attendance by Councillor Walker at the Roads Conference and the need for cadets and particularly engineers when it comes to roads. Now, they're our biggest asset by a long way, and I think the message came back that rural councils need to do more to either employ or train up staff to be engineers. And there's nothing in this report that tells me we either A, employ a civil engineer, or B, have any plans to employ a civil engineer, despite the money we're spending on bridges and roads. It's just great information, but I don't believe it's addressing what we see as key needs of the staff. And do we employ an accountant with a bachelor's degree?
Through the Chair, yes. Yes, we do. So not only a bachelor's degree, but a CPA, and that's certainly a preferred qualification in the sector. In relation to engineers, yes, we do have engineers with bachelor's degree, but we also have graduate engineers as well, and the report does actually talk about that. And there is no doubt that there is a shortage, not only in Hilltops, but certainly right across the sector, and I would say broader than the sector in relation to engineers and skilled labour. The report does tell you we spend around $370,000 on training. So again, if Council would like to be more strategic in some of the expenditure of that to dedicate to more university placements in relation to especially young people leaving school and going into university, we would certainly actively encourage that. Currently, we are liaising with both high schools in the region around the potential for both school-based apprenticeships, but also to have a stronger engagement with those younger people as they're making their decision to move off into university, wherever that may be, and potentially what we could do on that. But again, you have a workforce strategy. If you want to strengthen that with a very specific focus on increased number of cadetships where we co-sponsor the university contribution to their education, as well as having them work with us, we're more than happy to have that direction from Council.
If I may just add to that, it's not only university, it's right through to plant operators. It's the whole gamut, the whole strategy to know exactly where we can guarantee a product at the end of the day.
Yeah. Look, through the Chair, we have been meeting regularly in the last number of months with Industry New South Wales, and we have just taken up a partnership with a training provider called Verto Services, who are now the Industry New South Wales is offering heavily subsidised training for over 45-year-olds, and so when you look at our workforce profile, as you can see that does fit about 50% of our workforce, so that there is new programs coming on board to actually complement that. But again, we can still have very targeted specific programs. We are doing the wide range of things, but if Council would like to see more emphasis particularly in certain areas, we're more than happy to have that direction from council. We do look at TAFE, we do look at vocational education, we do look at industry subsidies and profiles, and we do have a range of those. Whether if council would like to do more of that, we can be more active because we do allocate a healthy budget.
So how do we have input into that?
Through the chair, if you'd like us to develop a more targeted program around professional skills, we can do that and bring that forward to you and update the workforce strategy accordingly.
Mr Mayor, I'll move an amendment, Part B, that we have a report come back to council, which depend on the advice of a director. I think it should include a workshop on targeted workforce strategy.
Okay. Councillor Flannery, is that there behind me now? Is the mover and the seconder happy with that amendment be placed in there? The mover was, the seconder?
Manchester and Armstrong.
Manchester and Armstrong. Yep, the mover and seconder are happy for that to be there. Councillor Tuckerman.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. Can I just ask a question? Obviously, in regards to staffing of the organisation, we have lost a significant number of employees in the last little while. My question is, have exit interviews been done?
Through the chair, all staff exiting the organisation are offered an exit interview. Not all staff take that up, but yeah, we still do get that feedback and collate that.
Okay, and I guess my concern is at the moment, if I'm assuming if we will be receiving a report, should there be a need for somehow, obviously this is going to have a big impact on the organisation, and I'm just worried that we're going to have this lag and that staff won't be supported in areas until those positions are filled, and whether there's a need for council to address it financially.
Through the chair, your payroll and entitlements is sitting at 21 million, so it's a large budget. Yes, we're expending all of that, as you know. Other than the employee leave entitlements, it's really the direction of council about how we configure that expenditure. Do we need? We have that workforce strategy. Again, we can. We've given you some detail in relation to this, but perhaps, as Councillor Flannery has suggested, is that we have a workshop around that workforce strategy to take on board any changes and challenges that might be emerging that weren't there when we adopted that strategy, and refresh that, and then again refresh our approach to that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Rolls.
Through me. Part B, the report back to council on a targeted workforce strategy. I was reading it, perhaps that council was looking for the councillors to put forward a targeted workforce strategy. We seem to be asking staff to put it forward, but surely it's up to us too to put forward what we want as a target. Would I be reading that correctly?
Look, through the chair, you have an adopted workforce strategy, and clearly with the discussions around the room saying, how current is that? Are there emerging risks or changes in that need to refresh the workforce strategy? And certainly we can have a workshop that actually looks at that workforce strategy, the profile, the challenges, refreshes all of that information, and then together with staff, we work to update that workforce strategy and then present it back to you to endorse that.
Okay, councillors, the mover and seconder are happy with the amendment being included in it, so that in that case, I'll move that. All those in favour? Aye. Again? So moved. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I now ask you to allow me to move the order of business, and it's a bit remiss of me. Normally when we have speakers in open forum, we bring that item forward so it can be dealt with while the people are here and they don't sit through the whole process of the whole night. Some of our items have dragged out a little bit, and so I'd like to move that we bring item 266 forward, the Young Aquatic Centre item. The other item about Alloway Road is to be dealt with in closed, so that's a different matter altogether. Thank you. So, councillors, we go to item 266. I said 266, I believe it's 266, is it? What have I got? Where do I go? Oh, there we go. Thank you. I've got it there now. Yep. So item 19266 is the Young Aquatic Centre project update. The responsible officer is the Director of Infrastructure, who is not with us tonight. And the purpose of the report was to update Council on the status of the project in the Young Aquatic Centre and some recommendations there. Councillors, the report's in the recommendation there, and I've got some very clear thoughts of my own, but I'd rather see where it goes from the floor to start this process.
I move we move into committee, please.
Moved, Councillor Flannery, move into committee. Seconded, Councillor Manchester. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again, thank you. We're now in committee for discussion on item 19266. Councillor Flannery.
Mr Mayor, I just can't see how we can possibly vote on this recommendation tonight without any actual budget item. I'd like to certainly express my regret to the pool manager that they're in the situation they're in. And certainly I did support, having been through an hour and a half of voting at the May meeting, I think it was, I decided to support this project, having initially believed that it could be done at a far cheaper cost and far more efficiently if we rebuilt the building as it was and got on with the project. But to enable the demolition to get underway, and with some explanation that we really needed to do this for the community of Young, I probably went against my better judgment, and that has proven to be the case. I cannot believe that we can overspend the budget by this amount. And when you read this report, it's interesting because we've also received other information either via workshop or email correspondence that unfortunately is not in this report. However, in the report it says that various staff members acted under their delegation. So, I take that the staff members above them are washing their hands completely of any involvement in this. That comes to me loud and clear, that those who didn't give the approvals don't want to be tarred with the brush. And B, there's nothing else in the business paper that in any way provides councils with an explanation as to how those who did make the decisions did so with what I understand as being without the delegation to spend the amount of money that they did. So there's a huge hole here, and B, gross mismanagement, in my humble opinion. I don't understand why we've been providing information that's confidential when this should be an open and frank discussion, and I struggle to believe that it's for no other reason than to limit discussion on this matter. And without going into the detail of it, the report we were provided with is at a workshop for the finer detail. On day one, 40 square metres of asbestos was found in this building on the demolition day one. So if I look around this room, 40 square metres, so the eaves to the eave would be about 2 metres high. So we're talking 20 metres in length by 2 metres high of asbestos. No alarm bell went off for the person responsible on the site to tell any of their senior officers. Didn't even occur to them that they should state to anyone that 20 lineal lengths of asbestos was found and that perhaps they should advise someone so we should reconsider the project. No, they ploughed on. A month later, we ended up with 354 cubic metres of material containing asbestos. Still, no one thought it was within their realms to report this, to bring it back to council. Had I known this, I would have moved to reinstate my original position, rebuild the building where it was, and get on with having this pool open in a reasonable time frame. It it strikes me that we have been deliberately left out of this equation for fear of what might happen. I can see no other reason why we weren't told and senior managers weren't told. I mean, and then to get ourselves 450 or 600. In fact, the last advice we had was 466,000. We're now in this report told 600 odd thousand out of budget, and 2 months later we hear about it. It really is, and we're told to approve a budget revision. So all ratepayers have got to approve a budget revision. They're getting less than what is expected, and we're actually not told what the increased borrowing amount will be. Now, I would expect the General Manager to be providing us with a report as to what is being done about the use of delegated position and expenditure of this amount of money in confidential or somewhere. But no, someone can go and spend this quantity of money, and it is... I mean, we've got a customer service policy. Does it strike the General Manager that ratepayers are customers? Because there's nothing in this report that shows in any way, shape or form the General Manager or the senior staff regard ratepayers and the pool owner as customers. It is so deficient and so lacking, I can only take it from my view as misleading, and deliberately so.
Councillor Flannery, thank you. Any other discussion on around the room?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I accord with pretty much everything Councillor Flannery said. I think there's been an incredible amount of deception, and if you did this in private enterprise, it just wouldn't happen. The way forward I see is... look, the history and my personal history in this is that I voted against this pool being done in this way. I voted against putting more money into it from the Barangong Creek project. The building should have been rebuilt where it was, because there is never going to be a heated swimming pool in any foreseeable future. There won't be now, exactly. And so we're left with a deficient pool. We had a perfectly adequate toddlers pool, and now we've got a pad. I don't think that's sustainable. I think, regardless of the impending cost, we are going to have to build a splash pool, as was initially indicated. And obviously that's going to become probably a lot more expensive than even these figures suggest, because we're going to have to dig out more ground, and there's going to be more asbestos in it. And I hate to think what it's going to cost, but I think we need to get that costing, quick, smart. We need to know how much extra depth we're going to have to dig and how much extra tonnage that's going to include, and get a budget figure for it, and if necessary have an extraordinary meeting in the next week to approve that budget, because what's put forward here just isn't acceptable. Thank you.
Councillor Wallace, thank you for that, and I agree with both speakers that have spoke so far in regard to this matter. There's a number of issues that need to be addressed. They've been touched on, the delegation and how what happened, and I firmly have a belief that the right questions or the right people weren't asked in regard to getting rid of this material at the tip that council owns in Victoria Street. There's been a number of reasons given to me why it didn't happen, and that changed from one day to the next to the last one, which doesn't really sit with me at all. And I agree with Councillor Wallace in his regard to where we need to go and keep going, and if, as we know, we dig, there'll be asbestos there, but I suggest if we look at our EPA licence, any contaminated material there may be able to be taken to our own tip, and if we do charge, we'll be only charging ourselves from one department to another, as opposed to taking $440 a tonne to JUGIONG, which someone made a decision to do. My thoughts coming into tonight were, yes, the same. We need to get some costings and some numbers that we can actually rely on, instead of $400,000 or $600,000 every time we look around. This project's been handled, as a number of other projects have, I will say poorly. We need to address that matter. We need staff to come to council and say, this is what was planned from day one. It was in stage 2, was a splash facility, learning to swim facility from day one. The recommendation reads wrong here that we were asked to work on tonight about changing the scope. We don't change the scope. The scope was already set. We voted on that before. Unfortunately, this blowout has happened. We have to deal with what's in front of us, but I completely agree with Councillor Wallace. Need staff to go back, talk to the contractor, indicate to them the size of this potential splash facility, I'll call it. That way they can tell us. They should be able to tell us near enough to exactly what tonnage would need to be removed, at what depth. We have to presume it's contaminated. We will know then what the cost of that will be, and when we can take it to Victoria Street, and we will have a better understanding of just what this will cost us, because at the moment I don't believe we have a figure that we can really rely on. So tonight I thought maybe we defer this matter. How long we defer it for, I'm not too sure. We could defer this matter for a month, talking to the contractor. That wouldn't slow down or impede the process of building the facility that's there, that's been worked on now. And I just might allow me a bit of leniency here. I spoke to the contractor and the people on site. They had 26 workers on site the other day, working together as quick as they could and best they could to expedite the whole process. They're really on side with trying to make things as quick as they possibly can and making sure that everything's done correctly. The concrete pour, I understand, will be tomorrow. The weather being fine, unfortunately, I think that's going to be the case. And the frames will arrive Monday, and they will start putting frames up, and we'll have, each day they've had 12 to 14 workers there working. The only issue they mentioned is a couple of the close by neighbours had some concerns about some early starts, and I reassured the contractor that I'd probably take that on the chin, because I think the overall project is probably more important to inconvenience a few people for 6 or 8 mornings once in a lifetime. So that's where I sought some advice from yesterday. As I said, I'd be looking to a motion of some type to defer the matter till we have more information that is relevant and close to the costings of us. We could do that at our next council meeting. It wouldn't hold up any timelines with what's happening there. That the space where this splash facility goes is separate from it. My understanding from talking to the contractor is the infrastructure is around it, is around that area. It's just a matter of what's put in that area now. So we could defer this to next month's council meeting. They can continue on with what they're doing with that building. In that meantime, we can have staff, and hopefully the staff that have dealt with this matter or not dealt with it will be present at the council meeting, can answer the questions we have directly to them. And in that time frame we should have, I would hope, a costing that we can actually rely on, because up until this point we haven't. So thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah. There's a couple of problems with that, as the way I see it. First of all, we haven't spelled out our objectives. It's not much just getting costs unless we know where we're going. There's no talk of any consultation with the community and what's needed at the end of the day and the pool users. There's been no talk of that at all. All we've talked about in this discussion is what we're going to do to address the costing. To me, we've got to work out where we're heading first, in consultation, so we've got the right product and something's workable through this swimming season. So I think we need a round table workshop with selected people to know where we're going.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Just on that note, I'd refer back to the speaker that was here tonight, Elena, that was involved in consultations, and I'm pretty sure that she was referring to the Learn to Swim facility that I mentioned that was in stage 2. When it was first all spoke about. I presume that from the swimming people's point of view in the community. I've heard some comments, and a lot of them, in the last 36 hours since this report was made public in regard to what the community felt they'd asked for and that what they were going to get. So I take on your point, and it's valid that we need to know when we come back to the next table to sit into a council meeting in this next 4 weeks that we know exactly what we're looking at, exactly what this splash facility would look like and would be, and how much it will cost. And then we need to go to the matter of the funding. But I'm open to Councillor O'Connor.
Wouldn't we need to do this before the round 3 of Stronger Communities Funds closes, so that we can actually put in an application for some grant funding?
My take on that would be, I'd go back to the resolution that Councillor FLANERY spoke of a minute ago after the actual meeting was here, after considerable debate about the pool and the matter and the foreshadowed motions that were lost. And the motion that was actually carried that night was to start the project with the intent to commence the demolition of the existing infrastructure immediately using the existing funding allocation of $2.3 million. Dot point B was to source additional funds from existing projects allocated for the Young area to fully realise stage 2 of this project. That's what was moved and passed. So having said that, and without alarming anyone, my thoughts, and my thoughts only at this present time in regard to how funding might be sourced. We talked one other night about moving some funding from another project in town, Garibaldi Creek, and councillors made it clear that no, they wanted that funding left there and that project was to stay there. Well, given the emergency situation, if you want to call it that, with this blowout with asbestos, what I would, maybe one way of getting around funding it is to relook at using those funds from that project under the understanding that when we enter our preferences to our state members for the stage, round 3 of the Stronger Country Communities, that Garibaldi Creek, for that particular area of our community, would be on top of that list to make sure that funding went back there and that project went ahead, because it was very clear the night that was brought up that that council wanted that project to go ahead. So I would never seek to have that project stopped, but what will probably be one way of organising funding is to utilise the funding there, of course with consent from OLG, to use that money for the pool project, and then make sure that our number one priority for the round 3 was the replacement of that money for Garibaldi Gully. But that's a discussion we could have at a workshop. It's just an idea that floated around about 3 o'clock this morning. I hesitate to go anywhere near talking about borrowings for this, because I don't think the community should have that impost on them at the moment. If we have ability to do this and finish this project through grant funds, I think that is the way it should be dealt with. But,
yeah, Mr Mayor, I tend to agree with that. We're going from $2.181 million to $3.131, the best part of $950,000 above budget in this recommendation here. See?
Yep.
Look, through the chair, I have actually provided you with another sheet that I think is a bit easier to read. But look, I just need to flag a couple of things in relation to the debate. Is you are in the middle of a contract, okay? So you are building something. You can't just stop doing that without incurring penalties and issues in issues in relation to that. The one area of this project that where the scope could be extracted is indeed the discussion around the splash pad, about what that needs to be for the community. The rest of the construction of the project can occur as planned on budget. Well, almost on budget, $57,200 short of budget, if you extract that $400,000 out of that. So you've got some clear imperatives here, is that clearly you've heard from the community as well, is can the construction of the facilities be completed in time for the opening of the season, or with minimal disruption for the opening of the season? Yes, it can. There is a componentry to here in relation to whether it is a splash pool or a splash pad that can be extracted and staged, where you can actually then determine a source of funding. So you do have the ability to extract that out of this project, continue on with the project. If there's any additional detail from Council that you need in relation to that, we're more than happy to provide you with that, and you can still maintain, I guess, both parts of, I guess, that community promise. Have a closer look at this element that's important to the community and to Council, but still continue on with the work so that the contractors can actually open for the new season, and they will have impact. We recognise that, and we're having those discussions, but again, inherently, the opening and the turnstiles and the facilities can be done for the season, and there won't be too much impact, although we do acknowledge there will be impact. So does that make sense?
I just concurs, I think, with what we said, because we said no one ever mentioned halting anything.
Okay.
Everything can roll on as it is with the building that's going on at present. That won't interfere with anything.
Yes.
By giving this a month, having staff get together, get the facts together, get the numbers together, have a workshop with Council to bring it to our next meeting, in the community, won't alter a thing.
Mr Mayor, I'm suggesting we do halt things until we come back for a workshop next week. I think spending one more cent...
The building...
Hold on.
Council Plenary's got the floor.
You can always stop and assess things. To do anything other is... Well, to think that you can't do anything else is mindless. To think that you've got to keep ploughing on, I mean, that's what they did at Gallipoli.
Oh.
I mean, honestly, you don't just keep wasting money because you've wasted a certain amount already. We really should actually stop the project, have a good hard look at where we're at, look at what the options are, come back within a week, and either, if we can't afford to lose a week over this, we've got serious problems. We should stop the project, stop the concrete pour, have a good hard look at where it's at, which is what should have actually been done on day one. We wouldn't be in this mess, and then work out where we go to from here. To spend $3 million on new change rooms, and you know, people are complaining about the library as being a waste of money. $3 million and we get new change rooms. There's not even a hook to hold towels on in the female change room at the Harden pool.
Councillor Flannery, take that on board. And
just through the chair, you have already committed or expended $2.4 million. You are on that track. You cannot stop it. You can slow it down and explore your options at a staging, as the Mayor has suggested, but you are already committed to the payment of at least $2.4 million of your $2.9 million project, and indeed that's what the Mayor is suggesting, is that you pull out what you can, do the homework, be confident about what it is that you want to go forward, but that the project proceed on time and within the existing budget.
And I'm suggesting, given the lack of information we've received today, that we stop work for a week, get all the details, including probably a site visit, and then make an informed decision.
I guess if there's any more discussion around the room, I'm happy to have it now. Otherwise, we'll come out of Councillor Tuckerman.
Can I just point to the report that we received in regards to the asbestos material?
Yes.
Now, the report actually reads that asbestos was no longer permitted, that council was advised of that. So I guess what I'm trying to do is support council, the council staff and the contractors in what they've done. Obviously, the process in regards to the cost of what was happening, a significant amount of asbestos material, 900 tonnes we're talking. It was never going to go up into that facility in Victoria Street because of the size of it. So I'm just saying the process obviously has been flawed, but we need to look at that and work through it. But quite clearly it says, and I know we have a licence, but for some reason it's saying that that had stopped.
And all I asked for is the evidence of that to be produced, and it hasn't been produced to this point, and it can't be found anywhere on our licence or in our agreement or on the internet or anywhere that I've searched for the last 3 or 4 days. I'm not saying it's not there, but I just haven't had it produced to me. Early 2019 or late 2018, council was advised. It doesn't really cut it when you come to $450,000 decisions, I don't think, and there's Virgin. Anyway, that's another reason to have a discussion about this whole matter. But yep.
Through the Mayor to the General Manager, I keep coming back to this item C. You're talking about finding another $450,000. We're going to be $950,000 above budget, according to C, from 2.181 million to 3.131 million. It's to 950,000.
We had
we're looking for.
Councillor Orton, we had 2.9 million to start with. We went from 1.7 to have funding agreements in place, and from where we got it from to be to 2.9. So the shortfall isn't the amount you're thinking of. Yep. Okay, Councillor Stadmiller.
I agree entirely with Councillor Flannery that we need to have a week off and have a look at where we're actually sitting with this project and ascertain what can be done to move forward. Before that happens, the persons responsible, in my opinion, who are either going to hand in their badge or be forced to hand in their badge, there needs to be an investigation into how the decisions were made for these approvals to occur to remove the asbestos and why we weren't notified earlier, and whether it was within delegation or not. Based on the figures, a 30-tonne truck to remove 30 tonnes of asbestos in a truck that would carry that much is about $14,883, so it's not bad money for a trip to wherever it was disposed of and back. As an elected official, my mind boggles at this. The ratepayer will not accept this, and it's just completely unreasonable, and I won't be supporting this recommendation as it sits.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. The only comment I'll make there probably is the transportation cost is $400 a tonne approximately cost for the disposal of it at the site. I think the cost that was talked about at the time was around $40 a tonne for the actual cartage, I think, at the workshop that we were at when we spoke about it that day. The 400 or 390 odd dollars, I think, from memory, was allocated to the actual where it was left.
A tonne or a load?
A tonne.
Mr. Mayor, just 2 questions.
Councillor Armstrong.
To the General Manager. The question of this this advice received in either early 2019 or late 2018, is there evidence of that? And what form does that evidence take? Or is that hearsay? And in the second case, question to the Acting Director of Infrastructure, how many cubic metres is 900 tonnes of this material, in round figures?
Through the Mayor, in round figures, in ground, you're looking probably 2 tonnes to the cubic metre, so probably 450 cubic metres in ground. That'll fluff out when you excavate and loosen. So I'd have to about 2.5 times, approximately. Through the Mayor, I'd just like to just add my comments to this. I take the point what's been made with regard to putting a hold on the works, but the works at the moment, the point of where the works are at, is past that awkward point or that messy point, and now they're into some cleaner air. So I don't see the rationale behind stopping the works at that moment for the contractor's sake and for the period at the other end. We're basically going to stall the opening by a week. So that's my concern there. The second point I've got to raise is just contractually. I'm just unsure, and I'll have to take it on notice myself, that I'm just not sure contractually just how we can actually cessate works at this stage within the project. And there probably would be a penalty. It normally is.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll have to take it on notice just what that would be.
Thank you.
Look, through the Chair, in answer to Councillor Armstrong's question around do we have evidence of that, I'll take that on notice and get that evidence for you. I'm assuming that what we put in our reports can be validated, and certainly I have information as circulated to yourselves from the Environmental Protection Authority that actually endorsed the way that we actually the approach we took to remove it from site. The debate is indeed around the variation of the legacy asbestos find, which is a 50 or a 70-year-old problem, and we couldn't anticipate it, and clearly that is the message that we need to give you, is we could not anticipate that. The balance of asbestos found early in the project actually was within delegation and within budget, and it was not a case of having to come back to council. We were within that. We clearly did make a mistake. We do not need to have an investigation in order to establish that. We committed the council to $450,000 really on the 5th of August, verbally by a staff member that did not have that delegation, nor did I, and good practice should have been that we brought it to council as quickly as we could. We did not. Ultimately, the decision would have been the same to remove the soil from the site, because that is our legal obligation, and that is our obligation under our section 180 of the Environmental Protection Act. But we did make a mistake at that point, absolutely. However, I stand behind that. I stand behind the activities. I do apologise to council that we did not bring it to you earlier. We did bring it to you on the 9th and in detail on the 14th. So our aim was not to deceive you in any way. It was clearly at that point officers worried about the timeline, worried about the project, moving forward on that project without taking the relevant prudential pause that they should have, and I stand behind that, and I do apologise to council that we have done that. However, it had to be done, and we have still taken the right activity. We could not take that asbestos at Victoria Street, and certainly I will take it on notice and look for that paperwork and any trail of correspondence. The information that I've sent you over the last week is really to provide you with evidential detail around those dates, because it is one thing to put it in a report, it is another thing to see the evidential backwards and forwards between staff around communicating an issue, and that was really the purpose of that information, is to prove, to stand behind what we'd actually said to you, because we have provided you with a timeline.
Councillor Tuckerman.
I just wanted to, I do recall something about the asbestos at Victoria Street, and it may have been during discussions with waste strategy, so that may be a place you can look. The other question I have is in regards to the contract with the people that run the kiosk, and you said that you are in discussions. Is that happening? Because I think that we have to seriously look at how we recompense their issues contractually.
Through the chair, as the contractor has advised, she met with our Director of Infrastructure Services on the 14th to commence those discussions, to get an understanding of what their needs were, and to understand the impact of that, with the intention to come back to council.
Thank you for that. Just sounds that the discussion hasn't gone too far from the original one, but we're well aware of it, and I spoke with the operators today and said that needs to come to council, and with probably a sympathetic viewpoint from council, given the disruption to their source of income. Okay, so well, I think it's about time we come out of committee to...
Mr Mayor, can I just...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rolls.
Pardon me. I actually did an unofficial site study this morning on my rapid pass, and it is certainly out of the ground, and I can see once I take your point, Mark, about the tipping point, it is out of the ground and on its way. I did speak actually to the boss from Hines, and he seemed very positive in the fact that things are on track and looking forward. Where the splash pad, that will not impinge on what they are doing at the moment, and that is getting. It's not just change rooms; it's the whole building, if you like. The construct for a pool area that will take us forward for the next 20, 30 years. And as I said, I was quite impressed with the way that the work was going, and I just support you, Mark, in saying that I really think the point has gone past where waiting for a week will do nothing, because what they're working on at the moment isn't that part that has to do with the splash pad. And also, some points were made about suggestions that we can look at options, as one of the emails I think I received said, that we can be a bit creative in our thinking about how we go, so that we do have a pool as part of the construct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rolls. Councillor Flannery, another comment?
Mr Mayor, can I just get clarification, because the report we were emailed says, which is dated the 18th of the 6th, says that there was extensive asbestos found. AC sheeting pieces were located over a large proportion of the former building site. Now, can we get clarification of what that actually means and why that didn't raise alarm bells?
Through the chair, could you just pages that, Councillor Flannery?
I think he's referring to the email.
It's in the email correspondence we were sent on Thursday or Friday.
It's not in the report. He's looking back in the iPad.
Okay.
We've had 2 council meetings since that report.
Through the chair, what I do know in relation to the detail and the timeline, on the 1st of August we actually received a report saying that it was that the soil wasn't contaminated. Because the wording in the report was poor and didn't actually stand behind any kind of guarantee that it was clean fill, we then sought to get a second report, and it was that second report that came back to us and said, no, it is contaminated. Couldn't be considered as clean fill. The contamination's over 10%, and therefore we're considering the whole stockpiles as contaminated, and that triggered a response from council that we needed to actually move it from site and dispose of it in accordance with the environmental protection legislation. The larger I will certainly take that on notice, certainly look for information in relation to the 18th of June, but clearly it was not until the 1st of August that we actually understood that the soil on the site was contaminated.
My point is, there's reports here that were clearly ignored for whatever reason, and I believe so that council didn't go back on its decision about the project, and I think it's a serious issue.
Through the chair, standard practice is to manage to the contingency and have a good contingency. Once that is expired, you're then at a point that any variation beyond that is actually will affect the scope of the project. And indeed, the day we committed ourselves to moving the soil off-site, not to our own facility, is the day that actually we incurred that additional expenditure that would change the scope of the project.
Okay, thank Councillor Stadmiller.
Could the General Manager provide an explanation for the next meeting as to how we will compensate the contractors at the pool for loss of earnings if that is such the case?
I think that's already been discussed. We mentioned that will be looked at by Council, I imagine, in a sympathetic view. Councillors, Councillor Tuckerman, still in committee, so...
I was just wondering whether we could just go through the recommendation or before we actually go into...
I'm going to foreshadow to defer this item to Council September meeting to give staff time to report back with options and costings in regard to the splash facility to be provided. Just rough words. That allows the concrete pour that will be there in the morning to go ahead. It gives staff ample time to get back to council in a fortnight at a workshop to give us an indication of what they've got in place to go in place. We can have some costings, we can have some tonnage worked out on the area that will need to be exhumed to have whatever to go in for this Learn to Swim splash facility, and give us as councillors times to make an informed decision. Councillor Flannery.
Mr Mayor, I think we should have an emergency meeting next week with more detail and...
I have no problems with that at all, as long as that gives everyone time to get the correct information back and the information that we need to take on board to make the decision. I have no problems when we do it, as long as everyone's been given time to bring back information. The last thing I want to see is come back to council and say, we were rushed and we never got the correct numbers or information to you. But I'm open to council about when you want to deal with this. Quite happy for that to be up to council to decide.
Mr Mayor, how much time do we need then to do that?
I'd have to defer to General Manager or staff or the Director who's not here, and they don't like putting the Acting Director on the spot. It's walking into a pretty hot seat at the moment.
We've still left out the word consultation with the community. I think it's a very important part of this.
This is about council staff bringing back a report to council about the splash facility that they spoke about with the community and the people that run the pool and the people who use the pool, who clearly indicated to staff what they would like to see there. I think that's been done. I'm pretty sure that's been done, and done pretty well.
Just through Mr Mayor, there was a series of consultations undertaken by the architect and the agent. They included an on-site meeting of where all councillors were invited to attend at the pool, but I was the only one that did bother attending. There was then a consultative session with the pool operators. There was also a further consultative session with pool special users, which included specifically the Learn to Swim group and the like. There was then later that evening a public consultative meeting at which approximately 35 to 40 members of the public arrived at. All of those undertaken in the LEOC.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me when we hear a report tonight from a speaker saying that clearly what was being built is clearly not does not service the community needs. So it's all very good to have these consultations, but I think we have to have a revisit.
My understanding of what the speaker said, they're anticipating, and some of the social media were anticipating a decision the council might make tonight, and that's very dangerous ground, and a few people did that on social media. I'm pretty sure that the speaker who spoke tonight spoke saying that they didn't want a splash pad. They would like to see what they spoke with staff and was consulted on early in the project about this splash Learn to Swim facility. I'm pretty sure that's how my understanding was. So.
And look, through the chair, just to recall a number of workshops, is basically what you're talking about was the splash pool was roughly around $1 million, and your splash pad is 400, and what the Mayor is asking is for a detailed costing of, because that 400 is very broad. I do believe that we could bring that back to you within a relatively short time, a refined quote in relation to the splash pad. We should already have some detailed costings on that $1 million splash pool, because it was as part of the original scope and as part of the original tender specification. So we should have some good detail on that.
Can we see a plan of what we're actually going to get? Because I don't believe that Council has actually seen a plan of what we're going to get out of this. The final result.
Yep.
And the point about the splash pool is that obviously more contaminated material is going to have to be excavated. So
absolutely.
Yeah, that's correct, and that comes back to having a closer inspection of the Clearfield site that's left at Victoria Street that is eligible to take. It might be able to take that amount, depending on what that amount is. But until we ask the question, give staff time to, let's say, review everything that's been done before and have a look at this and get things on the paper to us correctly, as opposed to $400,000 or $1 million that we've had before. That was my suggestion for deferring it. But the time of deferral, Council, I'm happy to go with whatever the Council would like to decide there, just as long as that gives staff enough time to get the correct information back to us. We don't want to be sitting here in a month's time or wherever we're sitting going through this saying we've missed something somewhere. That's my...
Mr Mayor, can the staff, or through to the General Manager, can staff provide Council with an accurate assessment of the area available for the disposal of asbestos, and also the document that they refer to, or the advice that's referred to that was received in either 2018 or 2019?
Because it clearly states that there's a virgin patch there that, and it's allowable to take asbestos material there, but they've decided to leave it in case of emergency. I would suggest to you that $500,000 is borderlining on emergency from my point of view.
Mr Mayor, the ARIC committee has reviewed the risk management framework some while ago. The new risk management framework has not been supplied to the ARIC committee for review, but from a critical business factor, the financial aspects of the critical business factor, $400,000 to $600,000 constitutes a very significant risk, and in my opinion constitutes an emergency. I'd really like to know why the documentation that Council has prepared for its own use wasn't used to determine whether an emergency use was appropriate for that area at the tip, because in my opinion this is an emergency.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I knew I'd been over that detail somewhere, and being the other member of the ARIC committee, I'm sure that's where I came across it with that number. So, councillors, that's a rough line of the motion I was going to put when we come out. Any comments before we come out? Councillor Flannery?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to see a meeting on Wednesday, September 4, to consider the matter.
Sorry, Wednesday the 4th. I'll be in Sydney that night, that afternoon, and I need to be there, but I need to be at any meeting held at this as well.
Workshop or meeting? 9 o'clock meeting. Workshop or meeting?
I think Councillor Flannery is referring to a meeting or a workshop. What do you?
A minuted meeting.
Like an extraordinary meeting.
Yes.
So,
A special meeting of council.
does the staff believe they can have the necessary information back to council by next, it would be Tuesday night, next Wednesday morning, council meeting? And that would be up to councils to vote on when we come out of committee. But the first thing we need to know is if staff can provide that, otherwise we're batting uphill.
And will they be available?
And will they, yeah, well, the other point, I believe the Director of Infrastructure will still be unavailable
That's right.
at that time,
It certainly won't.
so that probably doesn't... Well, the following Wednesday sounds like a better time frame. Well, it's a workshop, we can turn that into...
Yes.
So, If you want to call an extraordinary for the 11th of September, as part of that, defer that to council, to an extraordinary meeting of council to be held on the 12th of September.
Yes.
Okay, can we have that? Deirdre, put that in there. Sorry, 11th is the Wednesday. Sorry, the glasses are wrong ones. So if you just drop that in there for me, please, Deirdre, and before we come out of committee, council just can have a look and we'll put that up.
And through the chair, just to be clear, we're still continuing on with the project, but the extraordinary meeting is focusing on those elements. Thank you.
On the splash facility.
Yes.
In relation to what was promised.
No, I think we need costings on both.
We'll get costings on both. Yeah. On splash facility, can have A and B and C. I agree. Yep. No, I agree. Yep. And not guesstimates. So, okay. With that being put up there, would someone? Oh, sorry, Councillor Manchester.
Yeah, just I agree with most of the sentiment that's been said around the table. The one thing that really concerns me is this contamination site. We can do as much as we like there and build the building. Where do we stand legally with the site as it is currently stands with asbestos contamination?
Through the chair, our requirement was to remove the contamination from the site and also to give a final report to EPA in relation to that, so that this asbestos, the contaminated soil, has been safely removed from the site, so the site is safe.
You're talking about the side of the building, I assume, but you're talking about possibly the splash pool or splash pad site being contaminated, so that's another area of possible contamination. So can they use the pool with those contaminated sites if we don't decontaminate them?
Through the chair, my understanding, and I'll certainly take the question on notice, is that what we're talking, the contamination is ACM, so it is in a sheeting format. It is actually low risk and could be moved safely off site without any further issue. The problem is the ACM has been broken up into many small pieces and buried in the site, obviously coming out of a couple of buildings that burnt down on the site. It becomes more friable at that point because it's small and it's scattered through the soil. The advice that we've received is that as long as that ACM is actually at depth, you've got protection there. As soon as you excavate that, the excavation process actually creates increased friability. It exposes it to the air and therefore potential contamination of anybody working or in that vicinity. So you can reduce the risk entirely by removing it from the site. You can actually do a range of things to bury it at depth. So our understanding is our management of that process has been adequate and the site is safe. There is no doubt that as soon as you excavate, whether it's for a small splash pad or for a large splash pool, you will have a contamination issue yet again that we know of because it's through the site, and indeed you need to resolve that and move it off-site. In relation to further contamination in and around the site, we could do further investigation to see whether it's continuing over the site. It's been broken into very, very small pieces. It's sitting in amongst brickwork and rubble and sitting in a hole, basically, and spread across the site.
Thank you. Okay, would someone like to move? We come out of committee. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. Seconded, Councillor Tuckerman. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Okay, councillors, we've come out of committee in regard to item 19266, and there's a motion being put on the board that reads, and I'm reading blind a bit here.
Defer the item until an extraordinary meeting Wednesday, the 11th September 2019, to allow council staff to provide detailed costings in relation to the splash facility and splash.
Councillors, happy with that? Okay, could I have a seconder for that, please?
Look, I think we want design and costing, don't we? We want a bit more than costing.
We've got the design.
Detail. Through the chair, design and costings?
They put the word in, it's not a problem. I don't have a problem with it. Don't have a problem, it's a word. Okay, is that there now, Councillor Walker?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I was the mover of that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor O'Connor, thank you. We've had all the discussion about it, Councillor. I'll just put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Stadmiller noted as voting against. Thank you, councillors. That concludes item 19266. We now go back to item 19257, I think, from memory. 256 we dealt with, didn't we? Or not? 257.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Item 19257 has been moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Wallace. Thank you. If there's no debate or questions, Council have had time to catch up where we are. I'll put that recommendation then. All those in favour? Again, that's unanimous. Thank you. Item 19258 is the 2019-2020 fees and charges corrections of some numbers that were obviously not included or were incorrect. So the report's there, councillors, and the recommendations there, and the General Manager is responsible for that report. So do I have a mover for a start? Moved Councillor O'Connor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Horton.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Question, Councillor Stadmiller.
Was it necessary to include another 60 or 70 pages to take this business paper up to 684 when there's only one page of amendments that needed to be made? Waste of paper.
I'd count that a pretty relevant question, Councillor Stadmiller.
Through the Chair, Council adopts its fees and charges in entirety, so again we've included that. Potentially we could have left that out, however it's good practice to and show you the entire document so that you can actually see that we have amended that document.
Sometimes common sense plays a part. Okay, councillors, we're to move.
Mr Mayor, question.
Councillor FLANERY, sorry.
If a fee is not advertised, such as an on-cost, and I ask this advisedly, is council then able to charge that on-cost if it's not advertised in their fees and charges?
Through the Chair, can I just get some clarification by what you mean by on-cost? On-cost is usually in relation to overheads inside the corporation, not outside the corporation.
I've received accounts with quoted charges and then a 20% on-cost, but I can't find them anywhere in the published data. So is council able to ad hoc add on costs? I'm just asking for a statutory response.
Through the Chair, we should charge whatever we've advertised. That should be the appropriate fee.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Okay, councillors, I had a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Again? So be it. Thank you, councillors. We turn over to 18259, the HARDEN MURRUMBURRAH Junior Rugby League. The report, council, is there. The recommendation is there. Moved by Councillor Horton, seconded by Councillor Stadmiller. Question, Councillor Stadmiller.
Mr Mayor, I'm unclear as to where the HARDEN MURRUMBURRAH Junior Rugby League Football Club is going to find $300,000 that they're stating is short. What is council going to do at the end of this if frames and trusses can't be bought to finish off and put a roof on the building?
Through the Chair, they are currently applying for a grant round for that money, and if they're successful, that's certainly a positive resolution to this problem. If they're unsuccessful, we still have an unresolved issue.
And that's another pertinent point, Councillor Stadmiller, that a number of these projects are under the same type of pressure, so yes. Okay, Councillor,
Mr Mayor,
Councillor FLANERY.
Could the General Manager advise us to the Telstra and Optus use of the metering points? Are they paying rent at McLean Oval? I notice we've asked for a report regarding all our lease of council facilities.
Through the Chair, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, no more questions or speak against it or for it. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Councillor O'Connor noted as voting against that recommendation. skip the page, shall we? There we are. Item 19.260 is the cash and investment report. And the responsible officer is the expenditure accountant, I see. And the recommendations there, councillors? Move, Councillor Horton. Seconded.
I seconded.
Councillor Armstrong, thank you.
With a statement?
Statement, Councillor Armstrong.
I want to bring to council's attention that here we are 1 month into the year and only 4% of the interest revenue is realised. If you look at the maturity date of the largest number of all but one, in actual fact, of those fixed term investments, they're all going to renew in the next 6 weeks or so, and they're not going to be looking at 2.8% for them. They're going to be probably somewhere around 1.6, 1.7%. That was going to leave a significant hole in council's budget.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and yes, it's a very valid point again. Councillor Flannery.
Mr Mayor, question for the General Manager. Given the very low interest rate that we will be receiving, and that for the mandated rate rise is 2.6%, so referring, I guess, we're probably talking early with respect to an item in later in the agenda, but is there any room for council to borrow against any of this or utilise this money, for example, where we're doing stormwater upgrades and we're putting in place a 10-year plan of either borrowings or levies? Can we will effectively be having money sitting in cash reserve, earning less than we would if we were to invest that into key infrastructure, and leverage the levy that we'd be utilising, and noting that we therefore double the ability of a levy.
Look, through the chair, the way council set their borrowings is that they have that discussion in relation to their budget development and their operational plan, and indeed you put forward what you're borrowing, any leverage or gearing that you want to undertake at that time. Certainly in the current budget that you've adopted, you have agreed to take on $8.2 million in borrowings. Should council want to change its borrowings during the year, it needs to do so by way of resolution, and we would say that best practice would be to readopt your budget in relation to that and put that on exhibition so that you can get submissions in relation to that. Why? Because local government is traditionally very lowly geared, and your community does not have much tolerance for large amounts of debt. It's a decision of council when you're working through your budgetary process as to how much your gearing percentages will be. The point I think we're raising, I think a key point at the moment is that should we wish to borrow, we are already getting an indication back from agencies such as Treasury is that they would like to see the majority of our holdings in A1 or higher, or AAA rated security. So they'd like to actually see us taking a more conservative position in relation to our cash investments, which has, as Councillor Armstrong has said, has an impact. Indeed, the amount of cash at bank, so to speak, and the amount of gearing you've got, you want to have a good relationship to that. So council, there's nothing to stop council from having further discussions, but again, they need to be informed, and indeed you need to have a good understanding of the impact of that, not only in any current budget year, but for the longer term financial position, and your community's desire to have debt and how much debt that they wish to have.
Thank you, but what I was suggesting is that we use cash that we're sitting on. There are 2 towns who are currently paying, or water sewer users paying a levy. We could bring forward the work, and they're on 5 or 10 year plans for that work, and they're being levied an amount of money. We could bring forward that work because we're sitting on cash here at very low rates, so expedite the work, use the cash we've got available, and use the income from that levy to pay it back over time. And we'd be getting 2.6% CPI rise as the money comes in. Are we able to do that?
Through the Chair, simply put, your budget is a matter for council. Prudential borrowing is something that you would need to think about and be informed in making that decision. Indeed, you can consider that. It's just what is prudential and what will your community tolerate. And clearly, if you have a relatively aggressive gearing strategy that reduces the amount of cash that you may be holding, it's
sorry.
really...
Look, I'm just after a pretty straightforward question here. We've got a mandated levy in place for the sewer charge, so it's therefore guaranteed income, except for where ratepayers don't pay the money. So it is a guaranteed income stream.
Yep.
Can we use existing cash, get the work done? So thank you. That's what I was asking.
You can, yes, but it will always be about the serviceability of those reserves. I guess, sorry, if that's been a rather long-winded way of saying it, but again, it's about prudential amounts of gearing, and yes, you can, technically, but should you? Well, that's a debate.
Just through you, Mr Mayor, I think that the General Manager, Councillor Flannery, is talking about internal borrowings, and particularly internal borrowings between funds, which my understanding is would require approval from the Minister.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Okay, we're back to item 260, the mover and the seconder. There's no other discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour? Again? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Item 19261, development application stats for July 19. The reports there, councillors, and the recommendation. Moved, Councillor Wallace, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Rolls, thank you. Questions or discussion? If not, I'll move
just
that.
A question,
Sorry,
one question.
Councillor Armstrong.
Do the DA stats come out of the Tech 1 system, or are they manually collated?
Through the Chair, they're manually calculated. DAs are still sitting in that space. It won't. The regulatory side of what we do won't be live until after October
2019.
2019.
Thank you.
Councillor Stadmiller did. Okay. Thank you. No other questions? I'll put that report. All those in favour? Again. Thank you. So be it. Item 19262, proposed naming of new road from 52 Bendick Morrell Road, Bendick Morrell. Reports there, council, the recommendations there. Moved, Councillor Walker. Seconded, Councillor Horton. Any discussion or comments? Question, Councillor Armstrong.
Mr Mayor, could you just refresh my memory? Is this the same road that we couldn't call Cherry Blossom Close because it conflicted with the local business?
I understand you to be correct, Councillor Armstrong, in that...
And can I be assured that there are no businesses in the greater Hilltops area that are referred to as the Cherry Tree or the Little Cherry Tree, or perhaps are we...
Out of my room, you're asking staff, you're directing the question to the Acting Director of Sustainable Growth?
I guess I am, yes.
I'll call on the Acting Director to answer that question.
I wanted to take that on notice. So we did do a review to see if there was any conflicts with anything, but we'll double check if you like and take it on notice. But I'm getting the officer involved who actually is in the room is quickly telling me no. No, there wasn't any that came up in that list when we looked at businesses.
Councillors, Councillors, I had a mover and a seconder for the motion. We'll go through the process. If you'd like to speak for or not, or speak against or for. If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Again? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 19263. Forsythe Avenue Development Update. Councillors, there's a report there and the recommendation is receive and note the report. Moved, Councillor Manchester. Seconded, Councillor O'Connor.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Question, Councillor Stadmiller.
Being that this is the public part of the business paper, it says under separate cover there's an attachment with a spreadsheet. I can't see it in this report. Is it in the business paper somewhere? I mean for the general public to see.
Yes, it's actually in the
Through the chair, it actually is in the business paper, which just was circulated under separate cover.
Could I be advised where it is in the business paper amongst the 683 other pages?
Yep. Through the chair, it's actually on the website. The amended agenda is actually on the website containing that material, and the agenda you may have in front of you does not include that. You would have had it under separate cover.
By email and
Through the chair, councillor, we do have a public copy here that does actually have that, if you'd like that.
It's a little bit late for me now. I'm more interested in why the general public isn't allowed to see the attachment if in a hard copy.
Through the chair, they are public. They are public.
Question, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Wallace.
I don't know that this report actually goes to what the intent of the motion was, and I think Councillor Flannery moved the motion originally, and I don't actually think it even goes to the intent or actually complies with that motion, because my understanding was the motion required the correspondence to be produced. And I think if the correspondence had been produced, we would get a better sense of the history of what had happened. Just to provide a spreadsheet, A, is deficient and doesn't comply with the motion, and secondly, it's taken 2 months to do it. I mean, if someone can't do that in half a day with Tech One, the multi-million-dollar system, I just don't understand. Can you please explain why the motion wasn't complied with, the resolution wasn't complied with, and B, why it took so long to produce what has been produced?
Through the chair, quite simply, the information that you sought to have was not available for public in its entirety. There is a whole range of people's names and addresses, and we're bound by the Privacy Act, and unfortunately we can't put that into the public domain. In relation to the spreadsheet you've got, is the intent was about understanding what the issues were and whether council were responding to those issues. What you've got is a spreadsheet showing you the amount of response, the significant response that council has in relation to this development from a number of departments, and it was such that literally 500 pieces of correspondence would have been literally 600 or 700 pages worth of material. We have actually put that into a digital file so that if councillors want to access the detail of that they can. However, we just could not put that into the public domain. Yes, in answer to your question in relation to ECM, yes, it would be wonderful if we could just press a button and do that. At this point, we're in the process of migrating our data, this weekend, I believe, so we could not, unfortunately, produce that data in a format that was easily obtained. So this has actually been put together by staff and has taken a significant amount of time.
Further question, Mr. Mayor. Couldn't the correspondence have been placed in the closed section of the business paper?
There's some, hundreds of items of material.
Yes, and then it would have complied with the resolution.
We can make the file available to you. The point is that the issue was the issues around the development and the status of the development. That was the intent of the motion, the status of the development. You have an update here in relation to the status of the development. You have actually a summary of all the issues that have been raised in relation to that development since its consent. Again, what I'm saying, Councillor, is more than happy to provide the bulk of the background information that unfortunately can't be provided publicly because of privacy issues. It could have been put into the confidential paper, part of the section of the paper, but is that really achieving what the original intent was, to actually openly talk about whether there were issues with this development and council's response to those issues?
Well, I think with due respect, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the intent was to get... The bottom line is I don't believe it. I don't believe that... If you're to believe the people who complained about what they've complained about and the responses they got, I think the summary doesn't do justice to actually what happened. And so by not providing the actual documents, we can't see what actually happened. I think the summary glosses over things and summarises things and doesn't actually address each piece of correspondence. And you can see that in the spreadsheet to some extent, because several pieces of correspondence are received and then there's one response at a later date which covers all these issues. But I just don't think it complies with the resolution. I don't think it does justice to what the intent of the resolution.
Councillor Flannery.
Mr Mayor, I actually don't, thank you to Councillor Wallace, but I don't believe it does comply with the intent of the motion. The intent of the motion was to understand how people can, A, at the beginning, say that they have significant objections, B, understand what council's view was on those objections, and see how they prove to actually come to pass. I mean, they clearly stated to me as a councillor that there's no way they could fit the sewerage line down the back between boundary fence and trees. So what? And yet the DA approval was the trees were not to be removed. What eventually happened? The trees got removed. Well, they dug through the roots. Now, if you're in a metropolitan council and you blatantly and flagrantly damage vegetation that you're not to, firstly, you've only got to walk around Sydney to see that all manner of guarding is put around vegetation, and none of it gets complied with, and then we just give variations to the DA without it coming back to council because it's not substantial. It's considered not a substantial variation to the nature, but goes to the heart of what the objections were in the first place. We've got none of the correspondence. I mean, I spoke to you and said, and I had been up there and said the bunding, which was I think about a 250 or a 300 mil bunding, wasn't adequate to contain what I would have regarded as 100 tonnes of soil or more, and I was told that I was not qualified to make a judgment on that. Well, I reckon I'm damn sight more qualified than you. I mean, all these issues are not adequately addressed. I brought to the last time this was photos of water that had washed across a road, and the EPA had issued substantial fines of $30,000. I mean, council just seems to ignore these. None of the correspondence comes up. I mean, there was substantial silt that spilled across that road, and we're the consenting authority, and nothing. I mean, if you impede a pedestrian way in metropolitan area, you actually have to make a separate pedestrian way.
Look, through the chair, I don't think you're actually getting your facts right. How we control tree preservation, tree protection from a Hilltops Council perspective is in relation to that development. There is a tree preservation order that sits inside that development control plan. So, in essence, that tree preservation area covers private land, council-owned and controlled land, as well as land beyond the 60-kilometre zone. It is the key focus of that preservation area is about protecting endemic and threatened species. In this particular instance, the trees that were removed from the site were not endemic or threatened species, and there has been a lot of debate around those trees. However, the resolution that was given to us by council did not talk about prior to the consent or any of the information prior to the consent, even though I did have some correspondence from councillors that believed that that was the motion. However, the motion's alive. It was passed on the night. By majority, we have worked to provide that information to you. Again, I've said I'm more than happy to move information into a space where you can access the content. But look, I'll also hand over to the Director of Sustainable Growth to talk around that tree preservation area and the policy and the tree protection. Tree protection on the site was adequate. The trees that are sitting, that were the most contentious trees on the site are actually a buffer zone. They're not endemic. They were planted by the previous owner. Council has been compliant with its monitoring of this DA, but I'll allow David to also make some further comments.
Thank you. In regard to the trees, as mentioned, they've got to comply with the requirements under the DCP, young DCP, about how you protect those trees during any activity on the site. That included making sure that there was secure arrangements around the root base of those trees, and the trees themselves are actually quite small. The areas that were required to be caged off are only about a metre by a metre. So very small areas that were quite easy to protect. The issue became in when actually the works were done for the, like you said, for the sewer and water down the side there, which was an issue where where the council had to consider. They've got an existing approval. The existing approval says that this development can occur. Yes, we wanted to protect the trees, but when it comes back to looking at the status of the approval and the value of the trees, our decision was based on the value of those trees and that approval that we had to go ahead and let them do the works in that part of the site. However, at the same time, make sure, as a result of that development, you get an increase in the number of trees as a result across the whole site. And I think it was 1 to 2?
2 to 1,
memory,
yeah.
2 to 1, sorry.
Yep.
And also, as mentioned before, they weren't endemic species. They were actually planted as part of a buffer previously. And yes, it would have been fantastic if it could have been sustained as well as a development. But taking into account what was approved, that just couldn't occur in this circumstance.
Yeah.
With that question, Councillor Walker.
Was this not a sensitive site under the natural resources sensitive mapping thing? And in that case, there'd be certain extra limitations and approvals required before any such development would be considered, or any changes to the original DA. As well as that, I find this development, this report, I should say, false in that I know I've got on my computer here several emails I sent to the councils about dust. It's hard to believe now, but although the dust was blowing again in the last couple of days, from the huge stockpile of earth that was there, and there was no sign of watering, even though the report says there was adequate watering to be done. But the amount of watering that was done was, I think, being evaporated before it hit the mound. The other point is there are several photographs that I've seen that, and I've witnessed without the photographs of sediment and excess water running down the street. And if that was, and I see no erosion control on site at the time, I find it amazing that no, and it says in the report here that no penalties were laid against these developers or the contractors. The whole lot doesn't make sense to me. The whole lot doesn't fit together in some sort of logical format, given that there's no real fixed guidelines on developments, because you go to one development and certain rules are applied, and you go to another one and the opposite's applied. To me, this report is false.
Look, through the chair, what you've got to understand is every one of those complaints is contextual. At the time that the issues were around, the movement of soil was around the dates that we received 4 inches in an hour in Young, and you've got to take that into context. If the whole of Young is flooding and you've got a significant landfall when you've got movement of soil, it is an extreme event. It's not the developer's issue. It's actually an act of God and how you actually work with that.
We haven't had 4 inches in the last 3 months.
To be frank, I've for the last 3 days I regularly visit that site, and I don't agree. I don't agree. It's the site is quite clear, and it's all at a point where it's almost finished. So no, I don't agree. And not only have we provided a significant response as officers of council, and what that spreadsheet should show you is the amount of time we've spent on this development to actually establish whether there's issues, and we have not actually notified that developer at any point that they had a substantial issue that led to a further penalty. If there were small issues, they dealt with them, and indeed they work with us in relation to that. We have to have a balanced view. We are managing a consent. Certainly the community has been very active in this space in relation to anything happening in and around the site. We've responded to that as best that we can within the constraint, and we do believe that we have done that in a fair and reasonable way, that that's in a balanced way of managing that consent. There is context to much of this material, and if it suits council, we can move that, the bulk of that material into a space where you can access that and you can answer those questions for yourself.
Councillor Flannery.
General Manager, I yes would like to see that material provided to us in separate copy or under. However, you say that, and I sent you photos of a crane, an electricity crane working on wires. There was clearly no traffic control, and the response I got was that it was essential energy doing work. It wasn't essential energy doing work because I knew it wasn't essential energy doing work, and it was very clear after further investigation. Now, it strikes me that Council regards the complainants as vexatious complainants. To say there's been no breaches, I don't see how, as the consent authority and on a local road, having a crane working at the height they were working on an electricity tower without any traffic control and without any cones or whatever isn't a breach. I mean, isn't it, at the least it's a WHS breach, I would have thought, and it's on a site that we've given development consent to. Be that as it may, I think in light of what we've been told by the pool lessee, it's hard to see that council deals with people who have issues on the level that they understand.
Look, through the chair, the issue on that day, the photograph that you sent me was halfway down the street. You couldn't see who owned that vehicle. Yes, they didn't have appropriate traffic management. You could not see who owned that vehicle. When we actually went to the site, there was nothing there. So again, I've got a photograph of a street, a vague, blurry object with people up a pole. I've got no detail in relation to who the contractor was, whether it was a provider or a contractor. When I approached the contractor you suggested it was, or that the applicant the complainant suggested it was, they could not provide me with any detail. So that's where that ended. There was no real proof. The evidence provided to council on a continual basis is of really poor quality. And again, we respond within a matter of hours, subject to our available resources. We've done our job.
Councillors, look, we probably should have been in committee for this. We've been around, and Councillor Stadmiller, yep.
This is not a question, this is a statement. I'm not blaming the Director of Sustainable Growth for this report. He may have been instructed to produce it this way.
Thank you. Having said that, Councillor, we've got a recommendation, and from what I'm hearing, there's more material that can be provided to councils, so we make
Can
a
I
dot
add
point
that to the
B.
resolution, please?
That's what I'm suggesting. There's add a dot point B. How would you like that worded, Councillor? I'll take your words.
That councillors be provided with the actual correspondence that is available to council.
So
As per the spreadsheet.
I had a mover and a seconder for that item. Are they happy with dot point B to be included?
Yes.
One was, who was the seconder?
Manchester and O'Connor. Yep. So,
And Chris?
Yep.
You happy with that, Chris? Yep. So they're happy with that, so okay. Without any further conversation, then I'll put that recommendation with the 2 dot points there. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again? Councillor Rolls is against that to be noted, please. Now records. 19264 Bengo WINDFARM Community Consultative Committee. Pretty straightforward, councillors, and the recommendations there. We've got to nominate.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Rita O'Connor because she's very keen on these farms and goes to all the meetings.
I'd have to decline because the meetings that I go on the wind farms are actually nothing what I thought they would be. They just are an avenue for people to gripe. So they're actually not consultative meetings. In fact, I'd really like to go off the one I'm on.
It sounds like that's a no, Councillor Horton. Any other volunteers to be part of this committee? If not, I'll put... Oh, there you go.
Question?
Right on the... Councillor Armstrong.
Where do they meet and how often do they meet?
Maybe Councillor Tuckman could assist us with that?
It varies. It can be Yass or Burrua. and it could be 3 months. It just depends on what the proponent has to offer the Community Consultative Committee.
So it's pretty random by the sound of it. And
The last one was the one I went to was in Yass. It went an extraordinarily long time. The wind farm committee had their developments, what was happening, and basically every time the girl opened her mouth, she was slammed. And look, I get it. People have complaints about these wind farms, but it's not a consultative committee. It's really just slamming everything that comes out of the mouth of the poor kid who's actually delegated to run the job.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Having said that, Councillor Walker, you're still happy enough to be nominated? If not, I will take the spot. Yep, Councillor Walker's happy to be nominated. Thank you. So the recommendation reads that Councillor Walker be the nominated councillor to take part on that committee.
We just need a mover and a seconder.
Well, I do need a mover and a seconder. I'll move it. Councillor Manchester seconded. All those in favour? Again. So be it. Thank you, councillors. 266 we dealt for the time being. I'm still finding notes. Yep. We got 267.
261.
Sorry, I flicked over 2 pages. Just bear with me till I find, please, councillors.
Page 232.
I've got it there now. Murrumburrah Precinct Landscape Master Plan Update, councillors, and I vote a mover.
Mr Mayor, I'll second with just a comment.
Seconded, Councillor Flannery with the comment.
Just in the report on the opening page, it says it notes that under .2, the group recommends that the fish passages concept be taken offline, blah, 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 and it goes on and says concentrate on improving the Western Creek bank only. I don't know that it was improving the Western Creek bank only, but that was the focus of getting rid of vegetation, the poplars and whatnot out of the western side, and then putting a path around that western side. So certainly landscaping on the eastern bank, I think, was an expectation. It's just that the poplars and endemic trees were on the western bank, and I think that's important when a final report or the next report comes and the consultative committee meet next.
So staff have noted that comments of Councillor Flannery in regard to that report. Thank you, Councillor. There's no other comments in regard to that item. I'll put that item. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again, it's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now we skip over the page where I went to before and jumped ahead. Item 19267. NEILL Street, Harden, CBD Street, tree planting.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion. The removal of .D.
Do I need a mover and a seconder first for the recommendation that's there? No? Happy to take on the amendment? Yep. Seconded, Councillor Manchester. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, to talk to the motion, the species chosen were deliberately chosen because the environmental landscape architect Michael Ewings that devised the plan and also was responsible for 68 other streetscapes throughout New South Wales and was an award-winning landscape architect for many of those, chose the Robinia species because almost quote unquote he said they could grow in concrete, and the idea of putting them in the median strip was to get a canopy across the street in summer. They're a deciduous tree, so that they were on the verges, in the tree islands, on the median strip, required very little maintenance once they were truly established, and they would provide a green space in summer. Being deciduous, they would let light in winter. To remove those would be to completely undermine the original plan. The issue with this, with the NEILL Street tree planting and architecture, is one of a lack of maintenance and a lack of management. It is nothing to do with the actual original plans, and and I would strongly oppose the removal of those trees growing. We had a very good consultative committee as part of the former Harden Shire, and I have still in my possession a copy of the landscape maintenance manual, and it goes into great detail as to how that streetscape would have grown and developed, and to the extent that some of the trees have failed is very regrettable, particularly given the detailed notes in here. The ones in MURRELL, which I believe were maintained by Borough Council, plan was from the same landscape architect. An arborist from Canberra was employed, and there's been no failures that I have noticed in MURRELL of the same species. It would be a major failing to do this, and it's regrettable that the committee's actions have not been pursued. So I think as part of this overall recommendation, it should also be included with the Murrumburrah Creek. We've got quite a good committee there. The ongoing liaison should be also through that committee, but I would like to speak against the removal of the trees as per dot point D.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. So I presume we're talking now, the mover and seconder, that the recommendation that's in front of us minus the D dot point D. Is that correct? Am I correct? Yeah, okay. Councillor Stadmiller.
Question, Mr Mayor. Can the General Manager clarify whether the watering issues have been rectified? Because I've witnessed dirt within the plantings next to the gutter where it's bone dry, and some of the robinias have died due to lack of watering, and I've witnessed down in front of the pharmacy where they're so wet that they're keeling over.
Through the Chair, Councillor Stadmiller, I'll just refer to our Acting Manager, Director of Infrastructure.
Through the Mayor, I can't state for all beds, though there's about 85 beds in that street, or that street precinct, but staff have been slowly working through the issue areas in an attempt to rectify. It's quite a large undertaking.
Quick follow-up question. Is it back on an automated system, or are we still hand watering?
Through the Mayor, it's an automated system. Hand watering is only when we've got a dire, failure in the system itself. So,
thank you for that.
Through the Mayor, I'd like to concur with Councillor Flannery. I agree with everything he said, but I'd like to add one thing. I believe the last 12 or 15 months, the main street of NEILL Street has been looked after really well. It's the best I've seen it, and I go down there several times a week, and you see 2 and 3 and 4 people working flat out. And I would like to congratulate those staff, because they've done a real good job in my view, better than when it was the former Harden Shire.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Horton. Okay, so we've got that recommendation that's on the board now. There's no other discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again? Councillor Stadmiller is against, please. Noted. Record every vote. Now all our votes. 19268.
Does that become the motion, or do you have to actually vote?
I thought it became the motion.
It wasn't moved in the first place. You moved the amendment straight up.
Thank you. 19268, Roberts Park and Harden Pool flood lighting upgrade. The report then is a recommendation there, councillors. Do I have a mover and a second for the recommendation?
Again, Mr Mayor, I'd like to remove dot point C as an amendment.
Councillor Flannery has asked for an amendment to the recommendation that dot point C be removed, that council continue with the installation of the tilt poles for ease of luminaire replacement.
Can you get a second or I'll speak to it?
I'll second it, Mr.
Second, thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Flannery.
Mr Mayor, just noting the cost of this was a grant round, and I don't believe grant funding should be used for operational purposes. It was a grant for capital upgrade. It would allow the money to be better utilised throughout either Roberts Park, or even, given we're doing up the adjoining Conington Park precinct, but to use a significant amount of money, which is I think around I've just lost the number, $40,000 for tilt-over poles when we're putting brand new lights up, which I would think if you read it in cahoots with a report on the Harden pool, they get replaced about once every 10 or 15 years. To spend $40,000 on something that happens once every $45,000 on an operational cost, I think is not realistic.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Flannery spoke to his amended recommendation. Does anyone like to speak against it? If not, anyone else want to speak for it? If not, I'll put the recommendation as been amended, moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. 19269, Young Arts and Cultural Precinct Toilet Block. Report there, councillors, and there's a recommendation there.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move item B on that recommendation.
Second.
Councillor Armstrong, I understand that you would like to move the recommendation to read .B, is that correct?
Endorse Captain Cook Weir as the most preferred location for the new toilet block. Full stop.
That's where it was
Where
knocked
it is
down.
now.
No. Let's get this straight on the board. What Councillor Armstrong, you've confused them, Councillor.
Sorry, what I'd like to do is I'd like the motion to read, or the recommendation to read, endorse Captain Cook Weir as the most preferred location for the new toilet block. Full stop. Omit if Tresillian Park is not approved by the OLG. So that would mean that the toilet block would be placed back in Captain Cook Weir Park, where the community of Young originally asked for it to be placed.
So remove .A and make .B the most preferred location. It's been moved by Councillor Armstrong and seconded by Councillor Walker. Thank you. If there's any other questions or speak for or against, or Councillor Wallace? Got Councillor Rolls.
I'm not sure if I'm going the right way about this, through the Mayor. I don't agree with that, Councillor Armstrong's amendment to it. I'd prefer it to stay the same. I don't think that the Captain Weir, it might have been the place where the community asked for it, but times have changed, and with the new walk that goes through there, it's without it, it opens up the walk and the creek and to all the walkers going past it. And to my mind, it was a blot on the landscape, if you like, and I would much prefer to see it up at the Tresillian Park.
Thank you for that, Councillor Rolls. That amendment had a mover and a seconder before anyone spoke, so we're quite capable of putting that. It could be voted down or voted up, was my understanding on what seeks some counsel in regard to this.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Is that right or not?
I have a question to the mover, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wallace.
The mover referred to that. That's where the community wanted it. What's the basis for that statement?
The original location was selected to service the music shell, which, if it's not there, won't be serviced, clearly. It was also designed to service all of the Captain Cook Weir Park and the Arboretum Park, which certainly in times prior to the formation of Hilltops Council, there was a number of festivals and civic activities undertaken there, and they were the only toilets that could service it. The original proposed location was on land opposite the rear of the S&C Club auditorium. That was deemed to be unsuitable, so that was moved round. Moving them to Tresillian Park is going to effectively hobble the use of that area forever and a day. I think that there's already toilet facilities at Tresillian Park, and certainly that's a unisex toilet in the back of the pump house. I think that there's an opportunity to spend some money to improve the look of that. But as far as availing the the Captain Cook Weir area of toilet facilities, take these away and there are none.
Thank you for that answer, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Walker. Councillor Armstrong. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Walker.
I said an additional issue with the Tresillian Park would be the parking. In swimming season, there'd be very little parking there for people going through.
Thank you for that. Councillors, we have that amended recommendation motion put up. Councillor Armstrong obviously spoke for that. I take that Councillor Rolls that was spoke against that. That's fair enough. The question was answered to Councillor Wallace. If there's no other questions or anyone else would like to speak on the matter, I'll put that amended motion. All those in favour? Again. Councillor Rolls again. Thank you, councillors. And that conversation went along the lines without mentioning that all the facilities there to hook up to a toilet are already there because there was a toilet there before. Makes a bit of common sense, someone. 19270. Murrumburrah, combined levy and revenue stormwater works plan. The report's there. It was touched on by council earlier on about some matters about that. So, have we got a mover and a seconder for a start? Move, Councillor Horton. Seconded, Councillor Flannery. Question, Councillor Stadmiller.
I recall at a previous meeting, it might have been Harden, where both councillors Armstrong and yourself questioned the amount of money in the Young Fund. Has that been resolved yet? Have we got an answer from the General Manager?
Councillor Stadmiller, no, I think there's a notice of promotion or a question about that later in the report, and I thank you for bringing that matter up. That has been requested on numerous occasions by Councillor Armstrong and myself, and to this point, I haven't been provided with it. I don't know if there's been any work done on it. I'll defer to the General Manager now.
Yep. Through the Chair, as discussed, is we are actually doing an audit on a number of those reserves, and I believe that will resolve your inquiry, Councillor Stadmiller, because obviously we're having a look at that. Indeed, we had draft reserves on the 10th of April as part of the budget development process. However, we're also auditing those to make sure that since the commencement of since amalgamation, that we've had a good flow through in relation to that. The stormwater, there's been some debate around monies that were allocated to the young stormwater in 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, and it's really about auditing that to actually clear that up so that councillors are comfortable with the way those reserve balances are at. The auditors will be on site on the 4th and 5th of September next week, and so I'm expecting a report not long after that.
Christian, Mr Mayor, through you.
Councillor Flannery.
The levy of $25 per property, will that rise with the mandated CPI, I think, that council...
But in relation to the levy that's in Young, the answer to that is no. I don't see any reason why that would be different for Harden Murrumburrah, but it's been a flat $25 since its inception, yeah. That's why it's very easy to work out how much should be there. Any other questions or comments in regard to that item? I've had a mover and a seconder. If not, I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Again? Councillor Stadmiller as against, please. Item 19271, Drought Stimulus Package, Battery Road Funding. And there's been declared an interest by Councillor Tuckman in regard to this matter. The report's there, councillors, and there's a recommendation there. I'll make a statement before I call for the mover and the seconder, and that statement from me would be, given where this is taking place and the benefits being gained, I would have liked to have thought we may have asked our neighbouring council for a co-contribution, seeing they are actually named as a stakeholder in the business paper, but as it reads now that the $272,500 will be coming from Hilltops Roads to Recovery. So, have I got a mover and a seconder for that item?
Yeah, happy to move it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Manchester.
Just a question.
Get a seconder. Councillor Wallace, thank you. Question, Councillor Manchester.
Just a question. Roughly location where this is, it does say that it adjoins both the Cowra and Hilltops Shire, and after reading the report, I would have thought that we probably should have funded Cowra because I think they get the most economic benefit out of this quarry, by the sound of it. And if it is a quarry that I'm thinking about, they certainly do. it's probably too late to do that now, but and how many truck movements or vehicle movements do we know?
Actually, look, through the chair, in answer to the location of the road is actually being funded is actually inside Hilltops Shire, and it is our road essentially for management. Hence, the road funding has come to Hilltops. Yes, it is the quarry. I can confirm that, and certainly at the Cowra feasibility study meeting the other day, we actually met and talked to the quarry owner in relation to that. I'll certainly take that on notice, but he did give me an indication of the tonnage. I just can't recall that. And certainly the ability to have that upgrade on that road will significantly improve his ability to expand his operations and increase that traffic.
The other part of it, I'd assume that the quarry is making a contribution towards this.
They are making a contribution in kind of $354,000, I think. That's stated there. That's there. That's the number I'm pretty sure I read. That they're making in kind. They are named as one of the 5 stakeholders, the major stakeholder. And there were some other people named along with Cowra Council. Councillor Flannery.
Question, Mr Mayor. Are the $270,000 from Roads to Recovery, will that be diverted from otherwise planned work on another road?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Flannery. No, it won't. We've had a increase in our Roads to Recovery funding for this year, and so indeed we can accommodate that without having impact on any other project.
Is that a gratuitous increase, or is it bringing forward Roads to Recovery money from the next financial year?
Through the chair, over the last week we've been notified that we've got a 4.1% increase, so yes. It's good timing.
Thank you. Let me add a question, Councillor Armstrong.
Just a question. I'm very pleased to see that the primary stakeholder is making a contribution of $350,000 in kind of materials. What's the situation in regards to the future liability that may exist should those materials be not up to standard?
Through the chair, I could defer to the Acting Director of Infrastructure, but I think we can take that on notice. Certainly our understanding is that the quarry actually produces material at a very high grade, and that indeed that we should be trying to achieve the most resilient pavement possible. Certainly those are the early conversations.
Do we get to pick the grade of material, or do we take the grade of material we're given?
Through the chair, I would expect it to be a negotiated process where we could get value for money.
Through the Mayor, we would be expecting to see some form of test certificates in material, like we do with any other material that we receive prior to delivery, to assure quality.
Thank you. I won't make too much comment about it because my journey to the spot for the allocation of the money was a disaster because we were lost, and the director who was in control of me, he couldn't find it. So I have been for a drive, but all right. So having said that, there's the report. I had a mover and a seconder. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Again. Against. Councillor Armstrong noted as against. Thank you. Item 19272, Action Summary Report. Note the status of council resolutions from the action plan and endorse the removal of completed items from the action plan.
Move the recommendation.
Move, Councillor Horton.
I'll just second it, but on the basis that we need to change some of the yellow on it. We did not remove some items from the action list that have suggested that they are. And I refer specifically to the questions on notice.
Yes.
There's the one that I'm on page 435. There's the top one there, Councillor Flannery's question, and it sort of relates to number 35, which is my question from the 26th of June. I think they're both the same thing in a sense, and that information hasn't been provided, so I don't think it should be removed from the list. Number 34, the one above it, my question in relation to the spending of leave entitlement money, or reducing it to a safe level so that the rest can be expended. I don't think that has been followed through fully, so I don't think it should be removed. And probably most importantly, the one above that, number 33, says there will be a report to the August 2019 meeting for the Chinese Tribute Garden. Unless I've totally missed the item in the paper, it's not here. My understanding was that the first part of that project was funded by $300,000 from the Stronger Community Fund, and this commitment was supposed to be made by the end of June. Nothing has come to council. We still don't know what's going on.
There's a total of 1.1 million to that project.
Through the Chair, I'll just make sure we've got those. That is on page 435, the item number 4, as I see that. Look, I do actually have that information that I was actually going to circulate to councillors, so hence the instruction to, as part of the minutes. It just is, you just need a further breakdown, and I asked for transactional detail, and that's overwhelming, and I need to proceed that, break down that information a little bit more for you, but I'll circulate that as soon as I've done that.
What's happened? Question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. What's happened to the report on the Chinese Tribute Garden, which was supposed to be at this meeting?
Look through the Chair. I apologise for that. I do see that we have that report has not come to you. Certainly, the officer has come to me to ask for a workshop in relation to the elements of that. There is some more complex parts to that project, simply the procurement of Chinese elements from China, and that the issues that may actually raise for council, not only in relation to the risk of product delivery, but also to the international purchase of international items. So the officer had come to me to request whether we could do a workshop in relation to that item. We have a wide range of issues that we need to workshop immediately, not least coming from tonight, the workshop, the workforce strategy, the young aquatics pool, the Section 355 committees, but we also have other issues in relation to pipeline ownership, integrated water cycle management, the Cardno report around the Burrell water security project. So I'll certainly, my intention is to come back to you to say, look, we've got all of these pressing issues. How do we want to go forward? Where do we want to slot them?
Okay, just a follow-up question, if I may, Mr. Mayor. As I said, that was a strong community fund. The initial $300,000 was there. It was supposed to have commitment for what was going to happen by the end of June. Do we risk losing that money because we haven't done anything?
Through the Chair, we have actually asked for extensions from in relation to all of those grants, and we have been granted extensions, but we can bring that detail in a workshop.
To your point, Councillor Wallace, just on the item 33 and the 300,000 and the following 800,000, and a substantial amount of money, we asked about it before, and just hearing the response from our General Manager in regard to purchasing and looking at purchasing stuff in China, I find it particularly strange that no one mentioned anything to me when I was on my way to our sister city visit in regard to any of that potential happening. So whether that's obviously happened since I've returned from China, because I talked to our friends in China about some assistance they may be able to do things, but I had nothing specific, and we talked in general. If I'd have known that there was something on the drawing board that had been talked about at that level, that would have probably been beneficial to all. It brings me back to my great concern we spoke of earlier on about an aquatic centre project. What that's done for me has raised red flags. We have an enormous amount of projects on the table. We've seen evidence of some failed already. There's tennis courts, and I'm not going to go on with a number of them, but we have an issue with those, the costings, the overruns, where they're up to, not being informed. Item 33 is one of a number of things that I hope will be taken on board from tonight, and that councillors will have a better response to their concerns, so we as a council can be responsible and make the decisions we need to make, and know, especially on these projects, where we are up to. Their time has come, we have to have a line that we know where we are on these individual projects, and we have to be kept up abreast of anything that's happening. That's my soapbox. I'm off that. Councillor Flannery.
Mr Mayor, I did ask at the last meeting regarding GALONG Road and whether we were complying with the updated Native Vegetation Act, and the response from the General Manager was that she believed that I had been provided with correspondence. I have not been able to find that correspondence anywhere. So assuming that I was sent it, would you mind please resupplying that information?
Certainly.
Any other questions or items to bring up from that that report, councillors?
An old cherub, item 17, TPAR reporting. I noticed that there were breaches of the Local Government Act, but there was no mention of any breaches of the Taxation Act in regards to TPAR reporting. Yet clearly there were committees in there without financial delegations spending council money. Today's the last day for TPAR reporting.
Through the Chair, it's the 28th of August. I did actually receive a TPAR report from JUGIONG JAG today, and we've managed to meet that deadline. Thank you. No, I don't.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Flannery. Back to Councillor Flannery.
Item 37, I'm not aware, and I obviously have missed of the section 94, the specific balances, but it's listed as completed.
Back to page 435, item number 37, I believe is councillor's referring to. Just a bit further down from 33 and the rest. So it would appear that we have a number of items on the completed list that aren't actually completed, or if they are, they haven't been provided to councillors.
Look, through the Chair, that information was provided to you on the 10th of April. We are just auditing that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Any further questions in regard to the action summary report item? Item mover and seconder, so I'll put that. All those in favour? Again. Thank you. Item 19273, the Hilltops Works report. It's there, councillors, and the recommendations there. Move Councillor Horton, seconded Councillor Manchester, thank you. Questions in regard to that report? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Again. Unanimous, thank you, councillors. Item 19274, correspondence for attention. Action, nil. The recommendation. Move Councillor Horton, seconded Councillor O'Connor, thank you. All those in favour? Again. Unanimous, thank you, councillors. 19275, section 355, constituting of the Hilltops Weeds Advisory Committee. Requiring action. There's a recommendation there, councillors. Moved by Councillor O'Connor, seconded Councillor Horton. No questions or discussion. I'll move that. All those in favour?
Mr Mayor,
sorry.
just before we move on,
Councillor Flannery.
do we have a recommend? Well, I'd like to recommend there be the membership have 2 councillors as minimum. I assume there'll be a staff member, a relevant staff member. The nominations, I think, ideally would include a community member, and I suggest a farmer, but community member from the former Harden, Young and Boorowa Shire councils as representatives.
So you'd like, I take a dot point D there, councillor. Would that be correct? To some indication.
Well, either a dot point D or more definition being given to the nomination.
The nomination, yeah. So
2 councillors.
2 councillors, and that we seek for, I guess, greater information, advice and spread of what's going on. A community representative from the former Harden, Young and Boorowa Shire Council.
You kind of want 2 from each, wouldn't you? Or was it too many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Through the Chair, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 members, and then the staff member, and the role of the staff member, what as secretariat support or as just a staff member attending because, I mean, certainly the weakness of our previous resolutions around Section 355 is we should, if we are going to allocate staff time, it is our resource and it is a budgetary impact, is to clearly articulate the role of that staff member as part of this.
Councillor Flannery.
Given we have a direct operational role to play in this regard, and the whole idea of the 355 Council has an operational role in weed containment, I would have thought it diminishes the ability of the committee if we have to go back through minutes when a staff member can deal directly with some of the issues and advice that's being sought on the weeds that are to be controlled. The key issues identified by the community at the New South Wales Farmers meeting at the Bowling Club some 2 months ago was that we are simply relying on the strategic plans of the Riverina and the Southeast LLS, and they don't necessarily pertain to the weeds that our local community regards as being of high priority importance. So having the staff member there to liaise with those members should give a greater insight into what the priorities are.
Okay. So through the chair, just to be clear, it's really just a staff member to attend those meetings that has a relevant background. In relation to that, the minutes would still have to come up through council and council endorse those recommendations. That is the flow through of your governance structure. No committee can just go out and do things unless you pass on those delegations.
Okay. So have we got the wording together?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah.
Councillor
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Councillors?
Just a question
Councillor
to Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Flannery. Is it wise to have a representative from the LLS on board?
Yes, look, I believe it would be. I also, and I say this without doing any background work, but I think Paul Parker would be a good additional independent nominee to the board. But yes, I think the LLS should be advised of the committee and seek their nomination or appointment.
Right. So through the chair, have we got the right structure there for you? So we've got, and we'll move that around: 2 councillors, community member, and landholder, and a weeds officer. If we can just get rid of a staff member, because if I say weeds officer, then it's somebody relevant to that area. At the moment, our current manager's away, so by that it's actually putting the most appropriate person with the right background on that committee. And did you, 2 councillors, community member, landholder, LLS?
Landholders from from the 3 former shires.
Right. Okay.
Former council. Council, there's a weeds. And the council weeds officer.
Can you tell me when it's right up there, please?
We follow from anywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that's not on there.
What do you want?
I also, could we also approach Paul Parker as just an independent nominee? I don't know whether he's a landholder or not, but to sit outside that.
And the LLS.
Yes, LLS.
That's fine. We'll get that.
Did you include the LLS? No, I'm hoping not.
We'll sort it out afterwards. Just we always put us.
You going right?
And LLS officers, I think it should say.
Yeah, we'll just read it.
Rather than members, Deirdre, it should say LLS officers.
LLS officer. Officer? Yep.
Plural, because we have 2 LLSs.
Oh yeah, that's right. 2 weeks one.
Okay. Councillors, there's the amended recommendation that's on the board there now. Is there any other discussion about it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Again? It's unanimous, carried. Thank you, councillors. Item 276, endorsement of Section 355 committee members. There's a report there and a recommendation there, councillors.
Can I move all the recommendations?
Councillor Armstrong would like to move all recommendations. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Manchester, thank you. Any questions in regard to that? If not, I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Again, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Where's my page? 19277, MURRINGO Progress Association Section 355 committee meetings. Purpose of the report is to seek ratification of the meetings held by MURRINGO, and the recommendation is there.
Sorry.
Sorry?
I'm just looking at the page number.
462 I'm on, 19277.
Thank you.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Manchester. For the seconder. Councillor Wallace, thank you. All those in favour? Again, it's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. 19278, JUGIONG Advancement Group 355 committee meetings. Again, councillors, it's there in front of you. Move Councillor Horton. Is it? Thank you. Seconded Councillor O'Connor. Put that recommendation. All those in favour? Again, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. 279, WOMBAT Progress Association. Same story. Councillors' recommendations there. Have a mover, Councillor O'Connor. Seconded Councillor Stadmiller. Thank you. All those in favour? Again, carried. Thank you all. 19280, GALONG Progress Association. Same deal, councillors. Sorry, I'm on page 541 now. Move Councillor Horton, thank you. Seconded Councillor Flannery, thank you.
Mr Mayor, could we get to be advised from the Director when some of these issues that have been outstanding, particularly the fence, is going to be dealt with? I attended the last meeting with Councillor Horton a couple of weeks ago, and I was of the understanding it was in progress. However, they said a council staff member had been out, inspected the site, haven't heard anything from them since. It seems to be a fairly simple job, and they are incredibly frustrated. There are a number of other issues.
Yeah, through the Mayor, I sent a list to our General Manager regarding the outstanding issues, and she quickly replied back, which I appreciate, and assured me that those concerns will be acted on after this meeting, after we go through this process.
Okay, so would any staff member like to reply to Councillor Flannery's question in regard to the fence, maybe?
Through the Mayor, I'll just take that one on notice.
There's the answer.
We're well aware of the delays on that fence. It is a straightforward item, and yes, our intention is to move on all of those outstanding actions since March.
I look forward to it being on the completed list next month.
Yeah, the frustration is obviously there, staff from councillors in regard to some of those outstanding matters. So we've got a mover and a seconder for item 19280. I'll put that. All those in favour? Again, thank you. We'll go to item 281 on page 551. Section 355, committee reports requiring no action. The recommendation is there. Move Councillor Walker. Seconded Councillor Armstrong. All those in favour? Again, so be it. Thank you, councillors. I come to section 19282, and I have some questions on notice. And the first one is in regard to the HARDEN pool from Councillor Flannery. The report's there. The recommendation read a note. Would Councillor Flannery like to speak to his notice of motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Having inspected the pool with Councillor Manchester, a staff member and the Director a number of months ago, I was at a loss when the minutes turned up a month following, which I think is back in May now, or May or June, probably might have been June actually, noting that the poles were not fit to remain any longer, and more particularly the change room didn't meet standards for disabled toilets. So I requested this report. The poles look, I think, having spoken to pool users, and yes, new poles would be great if we were having numerous swimmers there and they were turned on every night, and the attendance was what you might expect in a metropolitan pool. But given, I think, the amount of money to be expended was around, and correct me if I'm wrong, Acting Director, around 160,000. We're looking at about 3 weeks' use of the year, perhaps one high school swimming carnival. It struck me, given the state of the change rooms, not requesting a $3 million change room by any means, but given the state of the change rooms, I would have thought the money could be better expended. And I also, noting that a disabled toilet has been requested, and on the, to probably go back one step, a disabled toilet was actually on the priority list or wish list, but somehow the money ended up in the polls. I thought by inspecting the site with Councillor Manchester and a few other relevant staff members, we could repurpose the money from the polls to the former Newson Park female change room, get some pretty good bang from the buck from the conversion of the toilet, and it would provide a disabled change room and also a bit of a mother's room. So we were advised that it didn't meet the standards. So it's out, it doesn't conform to the standards by, I think, 18 centimetres by 18 centimetres. When you go on to all the sites, so we're talking, you know, less than that. When you go onto all the sites, what do you get for a disabled change room that does conform to the standards? You get a toilet, you get a shower for a disabled person, and you get a repatriation bed, you might say. So we're simply talking about a toilet here that a disabled person can use, and perhaps a shower, but principally a change room. It doesn't meet the standards by 18 centimetres. We're basically not comparing apples with apples. Why, I don't know. It says it doesn't provide clear line of sight. I'm not too sure what does provide clear line of sight as far as any change room goes, unless you've got CCTV cameras in them. I mean, I would regard, I don't understand why we are not going ahead with a very simple conversion, which I would believe would save tens of thousands of dollars in the change room, when we're looking at hopefully not building a disgusting prefabricated toilet. So I don't accept the change room argument. And in fact, when you look at the plans and the actual business items in confidential, but we do have plans for toilets later in the business paper, and I can guarantee you none of those toilets fit with the specified requirements that the Director has listed in this report. So why are we buying toilets that don't meet with standards that he's put forward in this report? It's a pity he's not here to talk to them. The answer is we're not comparing apples with apples. As for the lights and the pictures that are presented here, and given the usage that they get and the fact that Council doesn't have all the money we require to do everything we would like, I still think if we were to excavate around these poles, employ someone with a welder and a bit of steel to patch them up and pour concrete over the top, they'd probably last another 50 years. It's noted in the report that if you have steel below concrete, the oxidation process is very low. So, look, I don't know what the recommendation could or should be, but to receive and note the report and note that it doesn't deal with any of the issues. And could the Director please revisit the issue? I think might be the appropriate answer, and we might save a couple of $100,000.
So your solution is not to build to code and actually patch up some light poles at the end of life?
My solution is to get someone to weld some patches over those few holes, put concrete over the top of them, and I think they'll stand for a long while yet. That's certainly my solution. I think that'd save $160,000. We'd be able to repurpose that money back into redoing the change room and providing a disabled toilet. So yes, that's my solution.
Okay, so the I haven't got a mover and a second yet for any recommendation, so
Through the Mayor, can I just make a comment?
you can.
Just regarding swimming club, Councillor Flannery, do they operate on Friday nights still, or?
They, when I was involved, invariably started around 4ish. I think it gets dark at 8:30 at night, 8:45. I wasn't aware of the lights ever being used for a swimming club. I was aware that it gets used on the end of the swimming season. I'm not even aware of lights being used at the beginning of a swimming season for the early morning swims. As of last year, the early morning swims got moved back from 5:30 opening to 6 o'clock opening, so it was really only when the change of time came with daylight saving, about 2 or 3 weeks a year. And as I said, the high school swimming pool.
Through the Mayor, can I ask
Councillor
a
Rolls.
question of the Director of Infrastructure? As a council, aren't we bounded to follow the code, building codes?
We're broken up. Through the Mayor, we are bound to the standard. The reasoning why we've got to stick to those dimensions is due to basically wheelchair circulation within that room. The other point I just want to make a comment is that the toilets that we're going to be looking at in confidential are toilets; they're not change rooms. So they are a smaller room that we're looking at. Whereas here, it's more of a change room, shower.
Push a button.
Oh, now it works. Sorry.
Oh, it was me, I think.
Oh, he's pushed the button and he's finished with his reply. Well done. So, have I got a mover and a second for the recommendation that's there? I know I haven't. I'm calling. Moved Councillor Horton. Seconded that we read and note the report. Have I got a seconder? Councillor O'Connor. Any questions, any discussions about what's there, or Councillor Flannery would like
Receive
to?
and note the report, and Council reconsider the previous voted on actions based on the information in this report. Does it come back to Council for reconsideration in September?
So we've had an amendment that's been put up there now, councillors, I presume, and I'd firstly ask the mover and the seconder.
Reconsideration of the original.
Can that be done?
It's not a planning house, yes, okay.
I'd have to seek advice. Mere mortal.
Look, through the chair, it would be better to have a clearer motion in relation to what exactly we are reconsidering. If there's that would be useful. So the question was, can the council be advised of the requirements for a changing places change room, and why it will not fit into a reconfigured female toilet currently facing Newsom Park. So germane to that, read and note the report, and would you like additional information?
Council consider the repair of the existing light poles and repurposing the money to change room upgrades, including disabled toilet.
Does Councillor Flannery envisage having some professional advice in regards to the fitness of those posts undertaken, first of all? I'd hate to think that it was done without some professional assessment of
that would be part of the consideration.
Engineering, mechanical engineer perhaps, or a structural engineer.
That would be part of it.
You basically want it revisited?
That would be part of the reconsideration, so you'd have to get an engineer to look at what patching needs to be doing, what amount of concrete can be put over, and whether that would be part of the report.
So is it the wording on the board before I go any further? Councillors, please bear with me.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just a question. So if you look at the report, it actually talks about the height of those poles, and they don't meet current standards. So if that was to occur, then the pole, the insurers wouldn't allow us to use the pool at night. It wouldn't be allowed to use the lights. So that's the advice by staff.
I think I'd like to
see that advice from the insurer.
So does that mean we're going to do an audit of all light facilities around all councils to see whether they meet council standards? I've swum in that pool, and if you can't see the bottom, you've got visual problems when the lights are on.
Yeah, Councillor, I agree. Let's deal with the amendment. Is it on the board, Councillor Flannery, to your satisfaction, the wording or not?
First, it's the funds.
Oh, no.
It's toilet upgrades, female and disabled toilet upgrades.
And disabled. Yeah.
The first question I have then is, when that's up on the board, is of the mover and the seconder.
Can I just consider via a report to September council meeting? So that will mean...
Just through the chair, we are busy, obviously, working on Young Aquatic Centre, and would appreciate a little bit more time if we could.
Surely, with the work that's been done, the matter that needs to be looked at now in regard to the polls, surely someone could be engaged between now and have a report back to September, I would think. But if council are telling me that's not viable, I'll refer back to Councillor Flannery for his thoughts.
The Harden pool is going to need to open at some stage as well, and if there's construction work going on at the pool in regards to the toilet and the lights, it's going to put it out of action.
So is the wording, Councillor Flannery, I'll check again before I go any further with this. The wording is there that the amendment that's been made to this recommendation, as the mover and the seconder happy with that? The mover is. The seconder was. Councillor Connor's happy with that? You happy there, staff? You're all right? All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put that recommendation that's up there for councillors now. All those in favour? Could I have a show of hands, please? Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I move to the next item. Question with notice from Councillor Stadmiller. And Councillor Stadmiller, would you like to talk to your notice of motion?
Questions with notice, just happy to move the recommendation. The answers are what they are. We can move on to the next one.
Thank you, Councillor. That's been moved. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Horton. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Again. Well done. Thank you, councillors. I'll jump to page 11. 19284. A notice of motion request for change for date of September council meeting from Councillor Tuckerman. Councillor Tuckerman. It is what it is. Have I got a mover or a seconder for that notice of motion? Moved, Councillor O'Connor. Seconded. Seconded, Councillor Tuckerman. Anyone like to speak in regard to the notice of motion?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I would. With great respect to Councillor Tuckerman, I don't believe we should change the date of our meetings. They're a regular date or day each month at a regular time, and if we break that, we're starting a precedent, and that would mean that the other 10 councillors at any time could ask for a date to be changed for whatever reason. I note that Councillor O'Connor's an apology for October, but she didn't ask to change the meeting. And I also note that Councillor Armstrong is an apology for October due to travel, but he didn't ask to change the meeting date. So I believe that we should stick to our dates and not change them for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. I certainly won't be able to make the 27th. That's a regular monthly meeting for one of the organisations I'm in.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Mr Mayor, look,
Flannery.
Councillor Walker has in part answered my question, but the question was, are all other councillors able to make the proposed Friday meeting? I to the extent that I might consider supporting it would be that we're not stuck with a 5-on-5 vote and have to draw out from a hat, which I think would be regrettable, which is a possibility if not all councillors are present. And I also wasn't able to attend a mayoral election a number of years ago with Harden Shire, and anyway, which I thought was regrettable. We couldn't move it. But if not all councillors are, or I think we should get an indication of who could make the meeting before we vote on it.
Well, Councillor Walker just indicated that he wouldn't be available on that date. Anyone else? Pardon? There's 3 councillors that have just put their hand up and said they won't be available. Yeah.
The Friday.
Yeah. Friday. So. Any further?
Next question:
discussion?
if we get a 5-on-5, it's drawn out of a hat. Is that correct?
My past experience in a situation like that, that's exactly how it was dealt with. Just in regard to the notice of motion and the wording around about the meeting for the mayoral and deputy mayor vote, I'd spoke to Councillor Tuckman in regard to that, and Councillor Tuckman was gracious enough to forward me the original email that she sent to the General Manager, and that wasn't the wording that Councillor Tuckman used in that email. It was in regard to the committees being available for the committees. Is that correct, Councillor Tuckman?
Yes, obviously being the only representative from the Burra area, that was my concern, that the community actually deserved, someone to be here to put their hand up for committees or do what was necessary. So that was the reason for the request to change a date, and I have actually put a leave of notice in for the October meeting as well.
Thank you for that. Okay, councillors, that you've heard from the councillors around the room that to move that date, there would be 3 councillors missing from that meeting. On that note, I'll put the recommendation that it, as it reads there, which would mean moving it. So I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour of that recommendation? None? Against? That notice of motion recommendation is lost. Thank you, councillors. Item 19285 is a notice of motion from Councillor Stadmiller, and I would be very pleased if Councillor Stadmiller could talk to that notice of motion in regard to dot point A especially. Councillor Stadmiller.
Just in regards to dot point A, previously mentioned by Councillor Armstrong and yourself, the funding or the lack thereof for stormwater in Young, in that bank account or that budget, I think the figure might have been over $800,000 was meant to be there, and some of the money is unaccounted for. Dot point B is just providing information to the general public as to the cost of engaging consultants since the merger.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Any questions or comments in regard to that notice of motion? If not, I better call for a mover, which would be Councillor Stadmiller, and a seconder for that notice of motion.
I'll second that.
Second, Councillor Armstrong, thank you.
Mr Mayor, these are being treated separate.
We could
we move them? Could we separate them
with the okay, we can do that. The mover of the notice of motion is happy to do that, to deal with the 2 dot points separately. So the seconder is happy to do that as well. Councillor Armstrong, you were the second.
Mr Mayor, I'd actually like to add some more words to the notice of motion, but I'll probably speak to that. I'll talk about that when we discuss the motion.
Okay, so the recommendation then that we'll be looking at, councillors, is dot point A. Provide an explanation as to what has occurred since the amalgamation in regards to stormwater funding, predominantly the funding raised in the former Young Shire Council. Do I have a mover? And the mover and the seconder is happy with that. I've ticked twice here. So, comments, questions in regard to that dot point? No?
Just I refer back to the item that Council's dealt with regarding the proposed stormwater, or the stormwater levy in place at Harden, Murrumburrah, and note that there's a stormwater improvement plan that accompanies that. I'd like, as part of this work that's being done, this explanation and the basis of it, I'd like to see the stormwater improvement plans that relate specifically to these funds, because I've read in a paper very recently where there's going to be $226,000 spent on drainage over 10 years. This is over $1 million over 10 years, and at this particular stage we can't find any of it. So I'd like to see what that $1 million is going to be spent on. I note that in the provisions of the Act, there should be a stormwater improvement plan to spend that money as well. So I guess I'd like Council to be informed, to know exactly, and the community of course, so we can see exactly where that money is going to be spent and what benefits it's going to provide to the community. I guess that's my expectation of the report. I don't know whether that needs to be added to the motion, but certainly I'd be happy to move an amendment if there's any doubt that it needs to be added to it.
Maybe if the mover is happy that Councillor Armstrong could add a final point to that point A in regard to an explanation, but also to have some indication of where that money is planned to be spent in your wording, whatever.
I'm happy with that if Councillor Armstrong can provide a more succinct way to put it.
And provide full details of all stormwater improvements to be funded by the Young Stormwater Levy.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
Sounds good.
Through the Chair, I can advise is that on the 24th of September you will be being invited to a floodplain management committee, which will indeed look at the Young Draft Attention Basin Plan, and I'm assuming that that's where a certain amount of your funding will go, but certainly we'll take that on board.
There has been an extensive amount of work done from the previous Young Council in regard to that matter. That's correct.
And providing full details of stormwater improvements to be funded by the Young Stormwater Levy.
Going on, Councillor? I'm flying blind.
I'm good.
It's all good, see? Okay.
Yeah, you've repeated yourself.
Happy, Councillor? That's right.
That's what you mean.
Funded by the Young Stormwater.
That's fine. I'm just making sure.
Okay. That's there. There's no other questions or comments in regard to that dot point A with that amendment that everyone's happy with. I'll put that. All those in favour? Again, it's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to the notice of motion dot point B, which is provide a media release to the general public as to the cost of engaging consultants since the merger of May 12, 2016. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved, Councillor Stadmiller. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Horton. Any questions or discussion in regard to that dot point B? Councillor Wallace.
I'd like to speak against it, if I could. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speak against.
This goes to some of the questions that were on notice that I spoke about in the previous report and the Action Summer report about getting these costs. I think the intent of providing a media release is not the right way to go about these things, and I'm not sure about Councillor Stadmiller's motivation for doing so, frankly. But in any event, I think this is the type of information that comes to Council first, and we can digest the information and determine if there needs to be a media release. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Anyone else? Do anyone like to speak for the recommendation?
I certainly think I would like to know what we've spent. Concur strongly with that point. I do believe that a media release, I think councillors need to know, and then hopefully it will become public knowledge.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. The only point I made, I'll deflect to staff. My understanding, we do report it in our documentation every year. It's there to see. I'll pass to staff to talk to it.
Look, through the chair, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right. It is there. We do report on this information. We have a public accountability process there. One of the difficulties too is when you put a specific date that isn't aligned with financial years, you're starting to skew data. Clearly, you would be looking at 16-17 data, 17-18 data and 18-19 data. I'm just flagging that. If that motion was successful. But we do report this information. And certainly, again, the information that Councillor Flannery raised as questions with notice does go some way to address that, if not only for the current year.
Okay, so dot point B has been moved and seconded. There's been a speaker against the how it reads at the moment. Anyway, would anyone else like to speak for? Would the speaker nominated like to speak for?
I'll speak for it, Mr. Mayor. I just think it's imperative that the community understands what council spends on outside contractors, including consultants, and for them to judge and for us to judge whether some of that could be done in-house and savings could be found. We've just been presented with $664,000 in potential costs for asbestos removal, and I just want ratepayers to either have value for money or know they've got value for money with our performance.
And I couldn't agree with your comments more, and I'm pretty sure everyone around the table would agree. Councillor Stadmiller, that's what we all like to see achieved. I'd speak against. Anyone else like to speak against dot point B? Well, I'd speak against it in regard of the wording to it. We all like to know the costs and where the money and the finances are going, and I agree with that. They're reported annually. I don't know about providing a media release. If it's there, the documentation's there. If anyone wants to look for it, it can be provided to council, and council can say there it is, and we can, as was suggested, digest it, go through it. It's there for display. People like to go and look for it if people really want to know about it. It is there, and it has to be there. So I just can't see the sense in council going to the lengths of actually providing a media release in regard to it. I have no problem with the general public. I expect the general public to be informed, because that's who our servants are. That's who we serve. They're our customers. So I expect them to be told and to be aware of what our expenditure is. But just on the point of the way it's wording in just in regard to a media release, I would speak against that item. Anyone else like to speak for it?
I'm going to speak for it because of two reasons. First of all, I'm trying to load the annual report for Hilltops Council from 2016-17 on the iPad. It gets halfway through. I don't get to the financial statements and it falls over. So it doesn't look like you can read that. Now, not last year's financial statements, the year before's financial statements still haven't been completed, so I can't read that one. And I can't read the years that's just gone because they haven't been done yet. On the basis that that information isn't available or doesn't work for some reason, I actually don't think it's an unreasonable request, because this is information that is in the public domain in any event.
That's right.
It's just that we haven't published it to put it in the public domain because we've failed in other areas, either in our technology or in our accounting. So what could be such an affront to providing that information to the public, whether it's in the form of a media release, a general statement, or indeed in a report in a council business paper? I don't think it makes too much difference. But certainly there's no real reason that the information can't be provided, because we haven't provided it to date.
Through the chair, can I just be clear here, because Councillor Stadmiller said something quite different just a minute ago. You said contractors and consultants, but your notice of motion specifically saying consultants. Just,
I'm not attempting to amend the notice of motion. I'll stick with consultants for now.
Thank you, and thank you for that relevant information to Councillor Armstrong, which and that's why the beauty of our debate, and throws different lights on from different angles. So appreciate that. So we had a couple of speakers for and a couple against. So I'll put the recommendation that goes along with dot point B. All those in favour? 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We missed a count. Could I start again? Oh.
Sorry.
There was no leave of absence asked for. I'll just take my glasses around. Didn't declare that she wouldn't be vote in the vote. Councillor O'Connor, dot point B is being put up to vote on. 2 speakers have spoke for and 2 against. So I will now, that you're back in our presence, put the recommendation. All those in favour of dot point B, could you please raise your hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against, could you please raise your hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 11. The notice of motion on dot point B only has failed. Dot point A was passed. Okay. Question, Councillor Armstrong.
When will can the General Manager please advise when we'll be able to view the financial statements and the annual report for the year end 16-17? When will the public be able to see the financial statements for year end 17-18 and year end 18-19? Because that information will be contained within those. Yep.
Look, through the Chair, 16-17, that you should already have audited financial statements in relation to that. Yeah, I'll certainly take that on notice and have a look and see what the issues are in relation to that. We can easily split that so that they can load easily. So there's a simple solution to that. In relation to your 17-18 financials, they should be on their way to the audit office from our auditors today. I'm just waiting for confirmation of that, and that's what the partner of the firm advised me today. So the audit office will work very quickly with us to turn those around as quickly as they can. I'm hoping that is days rather than weeks, and as soon as I get that confirmation back from our director from our audit office, I can provide that finite detail for you. In relation to the current year, we're starting that process already, and at present our audit is being locked in for the end of September to meet the October deadline. However, we are also making sure that we can meet that deadline, and if we don't, we need to be able to put an extension into the Office of Local Government early. So we should be, if we cannot make that deadline, we should be coming back to Council within the next month to give that indication. Through the Chair is will, if we need the extension. Yep.
Thank you for that clarification. Yep. Councillor. So, councillors, takes us to matters of confidential and closed. Could I have someone move that we move into closed? Thank you, Councillor Manchester. Seconded, Councillor Wallace. Thank you.